What's going on, ladies and gents? Welcome to the show, 100 Show. Awesome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all you fine folks. As usual, we'll do our audio test. Make sure she is working correctly. I see everybody, all the common criminals are in there this evening. Or, depending on what part of the world you're in. It's good to see you and good to have you in there as always. Let's see. It is working. We have audio. We have liftoff. Alrighty. Let's see here. Josh D's in there. Renee's in there. All the fine folks. Mr. Jean Ward's in there. Jean, I'm glad you're in there because you're going to like a little part of a couple little things I bought recently and trade down your alley. So, well, maybe not, depending if you're still doing it or not. But, yeah, I think you'll like it. But Mr. James Cragen's in there. What's going on, buddy? Good to have you in there. Let's see. Alfie Joe Bob's in there. What's going on there, Alfie? Good to see you in there. Let's see. Renee Vaughn is in there. What's going on, Renee? Andrew Munchkin. What's going on? Good to see you in there, Andrew. Robert Nielsen. What's going on? Yes, 100. Let's go. Let's do this here. Oh, yeah. What's going on, everyone? 100, baby. 100. Kicking it. Oh, yeah. Let's do this. What's going on, Mills? Said, yo, happy 100. You effing rock, man. I appreciate it there, brother. Claudia with a chance of UFOs. What's happening? Good to have you in there as well. Let's see. Man, this thing is like got a lag and a half in this thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see. All right. Let's see what we got here. Just going down the line. Don't want to miss anybody. Again, just awesome. Hit the 100 mile. I was going to say 100 mile. Well, pretty much that too. But anyway, 100th Hangout. That's awesome. And it wouldn't be possible without you all. So, give yourself a pat on the back as well. It's all about all of us. It ain't about me. It's about us all. And the fact that everybody's here just tells me you just find a bunch of folks and you support the channel. That's just awesome. So, yeah. Alfie Joe Bob says, I see 50 watching. Actually, he's like 77 now. Hit that thumbs up. If you guys don't mind, go ahead and slam it, please. Bam. Hit it. I say, hit it good. Daniel Truxton, what's going on? He said, hey, hello, everyone. What's going on? I love that name. Skankalicious Crack Raptor. I like that. That is awesome. One JPL downvote even before it starts. I didn't even see that yet. But it's okay. We get that every hangout. We don't care. We actually like it. Here's the thing, guys. I don't know about you, but I actually feel a little out of place when I don't get at least that thumbs down. So, yeah, regardless if it's there or not, we don't care. Let's see. Tyler to Chains, what's going on? You said, let's go. I'm so happy it's Friday. Believe me, I feel you guys. But on the crappy end of my side there, I got the other guy that works with me. He's been around with somebody with COVID, so he's got 2 weeks off, probably more like 3 off, which is just fantastic. And, of course, I'm being sarcastic. Yeah, so extra work. There's nothing like a little extra work. If you can't screw your fellow worker, who can you? No, I'm just kidding. But if he is legitimately sick, then, yeah, I mean, by all means, you need to be able to take care of yourself and, your family and stuff like that. From what I understand, I think it's one of his children because there's a lot of kids in school, and I don't know about everybody's area around here, but or anywhere, is that we found out a couple weeks back that our school had like 100 kids that had it, and there was no mention of it in the news whatsoever. So I don't think that's right. I think it's pretty crappy. So now kids are going there, they're coming back home, they're spreading it, their loved ones, and God forbid if it's their grandparents or whatever it may be, and, it's just not cool. I don't think it's cool at all. But you know how that goes, right? It's like, shh, don't tell anybody. And it's like, oh, okay, so, yeah. Jerry Lahane's in there. What's going on? He says, hi, Mars creatures. What's going on? Corey Core's in there. What's going on, Corey? David Clark's in the house. Yep, Jean Ward is in the hizoo. Let's see. Elaine Millard's in here. Good evening, or whatever. I forgot what time zone you're in, Elaine. Good to see you in there. We'll be back soon. Just potting up for my baby orchids, and it's taking longer than expected. Oh, do what you got to do. Adam the Martian, what's going on? He said, hi, everybody. Photography Like Magic's in there. What's going on there, photography? What's going on there, Mimi? Good to see you in there. Dean Brazil's in there. Yes, Chris, you freaking legend. I've been following you for years. I can't watch now as I'm at a party. That's fine. Do what you got to do, bro. Gonna have me a few. Oh, there you go. Then go sleep. Catch up with you in the morning. Hiccup. Don't go too crazy now. But anyway, thanks for stopping in, Dean. Appreciate you. I'm going to try to jump down here. Third Eye opens in there. Let me see. I'm just kind of trying to jump down here. I promise I'm not trying to miss any comments or anything like that. But I'm just trying to get down here. And thank you, Mr. James Cragen. I do appreciate you. He said, Chris, on behalf of the great following family you have, we would like to say thank you for thank you 100 times. Great respect to you, Chris, man. I appreciate every one of you guys, and much love to everybody. You guys know that. And like I said, if it's not even. I said this before. It's like I come out with the channel. I like sharing this stuff, bringing it to you guys. But there's no channel without my subs, right? Let's be honest. So so much love to everybody, and much respect to everybody for the like-minded that you are. And that you want to see the same thing. You want to get into this and check it out. And I'm trying to slowly give everybody a little bit of tools if they want to be able to use it and do it themselves. And that's what it's all about, right? See if we can't pull these things apart and, find it for yourself. There's nothing more. It's just cooler when you say, okay, I see what Chris sees in it, but can I duplicate it? Or can I come close to it to seeing what he's seeing? Or we don't have to do really anything to the photo, if anything, barely. And you can see it right there, like that last one. It looked like some kind of weird steel ribbing or frame or something like that. And then with these structures that look like in the back, clearly there's a bunch of manipulation and censoring going on. And I've said that before. I didn't think that little mound was a mound at all. And it just proves it. Now, they do come out with like these high res, but that doesn't mean high res meaning it's true, meaning it's 100%, accurate photo. Because with the way everything is today, hell, anybody can make a picture. At least go over it and make it look so natural that you'd be none the wiser. So they always come out with these like black and white, low res pieces of garbage. And then you go, well, and I had this people say this to me. They go, oh, what the hell, dude? I'm looking at the high res. I don't see it in there. Do you think if they're going to hide something in a low res, do you think they're going to allow you to see it in the high res? Think about it, high res. So you're going to be able to see that with ease if it's in, high resolution. So the first thing they're going to do is say, nope. And they're going to make this thing perfect. And, of course, you're going to look at it. I don't see a thing on there. I don't know what you're talking about. There you go. Again, have the people battling against each other. That's what it's all about. Claire Mead, what's going on, Claire? Good to see you in there. David Brown's in there. Hey. Let's see. What's going on, Noodles? Good to see you in there. See, guys, I'm not seeing anything on this side. You just said, hey, thumb downer. I'm not even seeing anything on it. I don't see, all I see is 2 thumbs up and 0 thumbs down. So I don't know. That's weird. I'm not seeing anything on this side. He said, can we turn that 1 thumbs up, please? Only you, the downer, can turn it around. That's true. I just don't understand the hate. You ever notice that? It's just like, why though? Why? Does it make your life complete? I mean, I don't. You try not to have like negativity and stuff like that because it doesn't do you any good, right? We all know that. But yet, for some reason, just people just they just have that urge to hate, and I just think that's pretty sad. But hey. Daniel Truxton said NASA probably hit the thumbs down. Could very well be. Oh, really, Photography Light Magic? You said, just to let you know, I have to set up the Second Genesis channel again and hope to get new content in the next few weeks. All right, just just make sure you let me know, and then we'll let everybody know as well. And by the way, we got another newcomer just come in here, and you guys are gonna. He just done one video, and the way he described it, he said, "Well, it might have been too long, so I'm gonna go ahead and make it shorter." But and I'm gonna show you that soon. Really, really cool. It's good to have more people getting on board with this, and he's basically doing like reconstruction. So in other words, in one of my videos, remember the one we did? We had the statue laying on its side. Well, just above that and to the left looks like a bunch of rocks. But if that I shouldn't say structure, but if the statue had fallen down and off maybe a structure, what he shows you in there could very well be it. It's like he takes the rubble and reconstructs it. And he said and we'll get to this pretty soon, but he helped in this basically, what do they call it, virtual world. He's been for 11 years. He's been in there. I don't know if he helped design the site or just he's been into that kind of thing for years. So this is like second nature to him to do that. So we'll give him a shout out, and so you can jump on his channel as well. I'm his first sub, by the way. So yeah, I mean, I love the idea of anybody getting this thing passionately, because here's the thing: when you first get in here, what do you got to gain? Can't monetize. So what do you got to gain? So the cool part about it is when anybody starts off, they know that. And like I said, I didn't start monetizing till it was, 3 years ago. I mean, and I've been doing this since 2012. So it wasn't in it for the money. But like I said, at that point, I'm saying, time's money. It's just like I said to you all, I said, listen, I don't expect anybody in this chat room right now, if I was your employer and said, oh, by the way, I'm going to have you work for about 8 hours and you're going to get zero pay. I know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get, hey, you're number one in my book. Yeah. So, I mean, just common sense. I said, well, you know what? And it just helps the channel. That's the only reason. But I love it when people start off like this and they're passionate about it. And I love it when new channels crop up and they're doing a great job doing this stuff. So kudos to anybody that does that, right? Let me try something here a minute. I don't know if it's just mine or not, but I'm still only seeing the weird thumbs down thing. Well, there it goes. All right, got 3 thumbs down. Yes, awesome. Let's see. Let me do this. Sweet. Like they say, haters gonna hate. Love it. Let's see. Yeah, I just had to refresh this. For some reason, it wasn't showing on here at all. Yeah, we have a new one, Mimi. Yep. We have a new guy just come in. And so, yeah. Yeah, I noticed that, David. Yeah, you said it seems like the thumbs up down doesn't update live anymore. I have unclicked my like and click it again to see current total. Yeah, that's weird. It's almost like they're having issues with it because, like I said, when we were in the live chat one time, remember, it's like the numbers were dropping, they were going crazy and everything else. I said, I'm going to have to, talk to these people. I did. I get in there and basically didn't read them the riot act, but I was curious, and I said, what's going on? Well, you're not the only channel it's happened to. We're trying to straighten that out. I said, well, that's good. That'd be really good. It'd be nice to know. So, yeah. Let's see. Jaws D, don't waste your breath on these ignorant fornicators, LOL. Yeah, they must think it bothers me. I actually think it's funny. I just think it's funny. But we don't cry like some channels do. Oh, trolls. Who cares, man? Why are you so... I see this all the time. I see these guys like totally bent out of shape about, the trolls. Stop talking about them. Stop talking about them. You know what I mean? I think it's funny. That's why I talk about it every now and then. I think it's funny. It's like you kind of expect it now. So I don't even get bent out of shape. But you know how that goes. Mr. Ricardo Pertrazzi, what's going on? Martin Wolf is in there. What's going on? Martin Wolf, right? Said, hi, Chris. What's going on, Martin? Good to see you in there, brother. David Gossamer, what's going on? Thank you much, sir, for your support. It is awesome. You said, have a cuppa on me, Chris. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate that. Robert Nielsen, you said Tyler's back. Had cool sighting of aquatic monster in Siberia. I seen that. His latest one where it said something like that in the water or something like that. Something huge was in the water, but I didn't watch it yet. So that's pretty awesome. I'll have to check that out. Lionheart Glassworks, what's going on? Said 54 thumbs up and 3 thumbs down. I got like 63 now, but it doesn't seem to be working as far as that going. I don't know. Yeah, you got a good point there. This is my story. You said, sorry, but you all can't rely on YouTube being honest. Unfortunately, you're right. Mr. 786 Auto, thank you, sir, for your support. That is awesome. He said, happy 100 Hangout. Man, that is just awesome. I don't know what to say. Too kind. But I do appreciate it. I do appreciate the support I get from this channel. It's just awesome. It's just, you know. But again, thank you very much, Mr. Otto. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about something like that. Sombre Reptile. He said, everyone ready for the Chinese rocket booster to crash back to Earth tomorrow? And John says, I hope it falls in the ocean. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it'd be real bad if it fell on top of your car or your house. That would suck. But I think they have that just right, if you think about it, right? They have it come in, they just know the trajectory, and they hope it just falls in the ocean. Not everything does. We all know that. So, yeah. Arts and Crafts, what's going on? He said, happy 100th live stream. Hello, everyone. What's going on, Arts and Crafts? Good to see you in there. Martin Wolfright says the same thing. Happy 100, Chris. Man, I feel like I'm 100 years old. No, I'm kidding. Sometimes I feel like it. But, yeah. Yeah, it's just awesome. Now, I can cheat, guys, and say, I got to show you a little montage I did. It's about 3 minutes worth. But most of you have probably already seen it. And say, hey, he's cheating, man. He's already done this before. It's on his site. And you're right. But I still might play it if anybody else hasn't seen it. It's like 3 minutes long. It's nothing serious about it. But I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. Alter Swede, what's going on? It says, greets from Sweden. Hope you're doing well over there in Sweden. Good to see you in there. So, yeah, I've been, speaking of around the world, and Jean Ward, you'll appreciate this. I actually got a couple of these little radios in here for shortwave listening. And this one here is, I guess they call it the Malahit DSP SDR. And if you're not familiar with an SDR, it's software-defined radio, which is basically it runs off like an Adreno board, right? It's basically a project board, and you just load it onto the CPU. And let me see if this thing's got anything on it. Let me see here. Okay, we'll let it load and see what it does here. But really, really cool. Probably going now. Oh, it's in there a little bit. But it was Cuba in there, and a 19-meter band. And you can see this in here has got the actual waterfall, I call it. And you got the frequencies. You can see them. So I was having a lot of fun with that. And these are awesome because, what I like about this one here goes from the 1 kilohertz up to 2 gigs. And what I love about it, you can see the size of it. The thing's tiny. But what I love about this is that, now I've got 2 of them. I got another smaller one, and I'll show you pictures of it because I got it next to my Grundig. But these are wild. What I love about this one here, it'll actually decipher Morse code. So it'll actually show it on the screen. It'll actually break it down into words for you. The only problem I'm having right now is I've got the antenna that I had on the roof is kind of It's not anything to get excited about. I can shut this off. Okay. So, yeah. So we've been messing with that, getting back into it. Here's the other radio I've got there. These are pretty cool as well. There's my Grundig Satellite 800 Millennium. And I was on the 49-meter band. Really, really cool stuff to be able to listen to CW and all kinds of cool stuff. I used to be a real avid listener to this stuff at one point, and like I said, I just got these in the other day, both of them, and really, really cool little radios. They're nice because they got batteries built into them, and they just do a great job. I like to listen to them. First of all, I like these because like you can put them in a bug out bag, right? So if the crap hits the fan one day, you can have one of these instead of like the United States, something happens, we have major issues in the country or whatever, we had war or whatever. I need to make this smaller because I got my face in there and everything else. But what I like about it is you can hear news from outside, and you can get an idea what's going on. So I've always liked shortwave. I've been listening to that since I was I think I was like 12, 13 years old. But what I like about these, like I said, it's got your DSP, digital signal processor, and of course you got your VFO, which is, in layman's terms, is a tuning knob. It's a variable frequency oscillator. So really, really cool little radios, and anybody who's into radio or anything like that will actually like these. They're pretty sweet. But yeah, so I've been getting into that. My bench is a complete mess. I got these alligator clips came in today. I've got my my little SMA to PL239 connectors. You can see the 239 there, and you got the SMA connector there. So yeah, I've got a couple of those in a little package here. So yeah, we've been getting ramped up. I don't know. I'm looking for a decent antenna. I'm going to get an active loop. I'm probably going to get the I think it's the MLA 30 plus active loop, and seems to work pretty well. And it's not some monster thing you'd have on your roof, but this gets good. These radios get good receive, but the problem is there's a whole lot of interference, man. You get between the, your fluorescents, your LEDs, especially a computer. There's, electronic fields coming out of these things and distort everything on these signals. So, yeah, it's not a good thing. But that's what I've been into, and that's, like I said, it just you just have that. Hold on. I actually do have a long wire, Gene. It's just the wire itself, where I got it up on an insulator, and it's not very long. It's just shy, I think, of 80, which you should have the 80. But, the active loops are not bad because they're power insertion, and so it helps with all that. And from what I read or seen on these active loops, that they do a really good job for what they are. And I'm in like a neighborhood where you really can't put all kinds of crap up and everything else. I don't. So you really can't go too crazy. I don't have any trees, so I can't do that. So it becomes a problem. So on the top of my roof, I got one of those old, remember the Prime Star guys in the United States? I don't know if they had it in the other parts of the world, but they had Prime Star, and they had a heavy-duty tripod, man. You can swing off that thing yourself. I don't care what you weigh. So the thing's bolted to the roof. You're not bending any part of that thing. But anyway, so I've got basically it's like a scanner antenna. Really, really good, though. And I hooked it up to this, and it worked pretty well, but it's not going to cover every band, where these little active loops will do that. So, just for something to start off with, I looked at verticals and everything else, and if you don't mind having something 20 feet off your roof, meaning that tall, I guess it's not bad. Yeah, exactly. Kim Jong-un said, violate the FCC 40-foot rule. There you go. Yeah, what you do is you put about 20 feet of mast, 20 feet of 20 feet of freaking, what do you call it? Antenna. Oh, yeah. They'll love you. Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, those are nice too, Jean, the ICOMs. The R85s, those are pretty sweet. Now, for the longest time, these Grundigs, I always loved Grundig. And for the longest time, I always wanted one of these things. So when I finally got the chance to get one, funny enough, I had somebody, they were thinking about like having it in a bug-out bag. So I had a small Kenwood dual band walkie-talkie. It went for about $350 used on eBay. So it was a friend of mine. She used to work with this other handicapped kid that used to come in and work. And she says, yeah, I got a bunch of these radios. You want to take a look at them? And I said, she said, do you think you can put them on eBay for me? I said, whenever you want to sell them, let me know. She said, would you be interested in one of them? I said, that one right there. And she said, okay. So her husband looked at it, and he looked at the price. I showed him the price online, what it goes for. I said, look, there's more than one person selling them. They went, wow, these things go for that much? I said, oh, yeah, most definitely, those little radios, little handhelds. The difference is this is nothing more than a receiver, but I don't care. I've got other radio on, and And I also have, just a normal scanner that's modded too. So, yeah, we like it. We've always been into this kind of stuff. So, we enjoy this stuff a lot. Be able to just kick back, listen around the world, Yeah, I mean, it's sad. Don't get me wrong, Jean. You said DX is starting to pick up at last. And it is, but I mean, I hope they put a lot more in. I don't know if you remember this channel. It was called WRNO. And it used to you'd come on in between songs and say, "We're the rock of New Orleans." And it was a really good station. I used to love to watch it. This was going back, man. This is going back. Oh, man. This is going back at least in the 80s. So I don't even know if they're still around. Because a lot of these, places went down. Now you'll hear a lot of like church, stuff like that, which, I'm not interested in. I just love to hear like news from other countries. I like to hear other music from other countries, provided you can understand what they're saying. And so on and so forth. So, yeah, I've always been an avid listener, but yeah. Let me see. Max K, good to see you in there. He said, I remember when I was a child, my granddad built radios the size of a TV. Well, if you think about it, that's where they were. I mean, they had tubes. And if you were lucky enough to have it right around the time of regular components, you had a hybrid radio. So you had solid state, which is like capacitors, resistors, diodes, and then you had tubes. You had rectifier tubes, you had power tubes, you had amplification tubes, you had all kinds of... So you had a hybrid thing going on, right? If not, there was all tube. So, and they'd be gigantic. So yeah. Ricardo, you said you should see the price of the meters of the that are available to detect signal strength. Yeah. Some of them are outrageous, and some of them, like the Chinese versions, still pretty accurate, and they're not bad. I mean, you can get one for like under $300, even under $200. You can get them pretty darn cheap, right? So I kind of like the idea of that. Let me see here. What do we have? We have 148 watching, 93 thumbs up. Come on, guys, nail that bad boy. Let me see. Oops. Hey, you're right about that. It's not updating by itself. That's weird. So, yeah, it really sucks. Vincent, thank you very much for your support, man. I do appreciate you. That's awesome. You guys are the bomb. That didn't sound good because that little guy that was just on there looked like he was on a bomb. Right there. Boom. Firecracker. But, yeah, much love to you guys. That's awesome. You guys are the bomb diggity. Yes, Jean, yeah. Military and ham stations interest me the most. Like, a lot of times, you like to hear, like, I don't know if you ever listened to the QSO as far as, like, competitions and, going on expeditions and all kinds of stuff. Like I said, I think what got me hooked when I was into regular CB, I started off I think it was a little realistic base station. It was a little Navajo base station. And had that thing peak tuned to whole 9 yards. I think it was doing like 150% modulation, which is not good if you're next to somebody else and bleeding over on it. But I used to love it, but then a buddy of mine says, I met this guy online. His name was Russell. He worked on all kinds of radios. My first radio was a Cobra 148, upper and lower sideband, had all the extra channels. And the first person I talked to was in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I was living in Rhode Island at the time. And that got me turned on. That was it. From there on, I was just boom. I stuck a Antron 99 out the window, boom, and then started from that. And at some point, I was up to a Antron 305, 20 feet off the roof with guy wires and being on the third floor. So, yeah. And I was on my house is like on it was on a street, but it was on like a hill type thing. So, yeah, I got out like we the people, let's put it that way. And so, it's really, really cool to be able to do that. But I love the little radios because I had a Microcraft. I don't know if you're familiar with those, Jean, or anybody else here is into radio. But the Microcraft, I had the CW Decipher, but I also had the keyboard so I could type it. So it was kind of cool. And it was an old buddy of mine. He was in World War I. And one day I heard him out there. You can hear doot, 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 and I was like, oh, okay, watch this. So I put it down to I think it was about 20 words per minute. And I put on there. I said, he says, "Oh, who's that?" Because I put on there, "Hello," and he says, "Yeah, hello," and he could instantly just read it because that's what he did in the service. He was a radio man. So I was like, "Oh, this is." I used to go by the handle Pioneer, like the stereo equipment, back in the day, And he's going, oh, it's good to meet you there, Pioneer. And so and we're going back and forth, so, nobody could hear see what we were saying, right? So it was cool. It was actually pretty sweet. Yeah, I probably had everything under the sun you could possibly think of, and then I went into ham radios and stuff like that. Never did get my ticket, so I didn't violate anything as far as that goes. But loved to listen to the other bands, HF and everything else. It was just awesome. James Cragen said Vincent rocks. They both do. 786 Auto and Vincent as well, and anybody else who's actually supported is just awesome. Dean, I believe it was, too. Like I said, to me, support is anything. It's like talking. It's like, saying, Chris, I love the channel. This is great, and, stuff like that. Every bit of that is just support. You know what I mean? It's just awesome. Brian Norton says, hell yeah, Vincent. Who's next? Mike Knapp, what's going on, man? Good to see you. And he said, hi, Chris, I made it. Kim Chun, yeah, he says 2 radios were the size of TVs. Well, the funny thing is, my buddy, he loves tubes. He's got the Brownings. He's got the Vikings. He called it the blue monster because it had blue tubes in it, right? And they lit blue because of the gas in it. But, well, they're a vacuum tube, but you know what I mean, between the filaments and stuff like that. But he called it the big blue monster because the radios were huge. He liked anything, even not so much tubes. He'd go into the DACs, older stuff like that, right? So, he could, no matter what it is you need worked on, he could do it. I had a Swan 350, I think it was, back in the day. And the tubes, when I bought it, were kind of run down, the output tube. So he said, no problem, dude. I'll get you the best tubes you can get for this thing. And I think he got some German tubes. And then I had like a small amp with it, too. I could just turn down the power of that. And the amp I had, I think it had 2 6LQ6s in it. And it wasn't super powerful. I think it was like good for 100 watts or something. But, still, it was nice to play around with things. Then I went to a Dave Made, and I was pumping out 1,000 watts PEP. So 70 amp power supply, Astron. So, yeah, we used to have a good time. And I was actually cool to my neighbors. I had everything filtered, SWR, 1-to-1. Everything was done right. I had one guy literally next door to me. If you don't mind, are you the one you the one with the CB? I'm thinking to myself, oh shit, here it comes. I said, yeah. I said, I'm on there. And he says, well, I just want to let you know, it's no big deal. He said, but I can hear you on my phone like tiny, like a little whisper. I said, oh, I really, really apologize about that. I said, what time do you go to bed? And he says, well, I usually go to bed at such and such a time. I said, I'll keep it down. He said, no, I think it's awesome. He said, I'm a trucker, and he's got a big old linear in his truck and big radio and all that stuff. He said, you're not ripping through my stuff? I don't care. He says, when you start coming through my toaster, I'll let you know. So, yeah. So, you got a kick out of that. Do. Tony Gibbs, what's going on? He said, slipping in the side door for 100. Sorry I'm late. Congrats, Chris. Oh, you're not late. It's fine, Tony. I'm glad to see you in there. Good to have you. Oh, yeah. Talking to Jean there, Ricardo, you're saying, bouncing your signal from the ionosphere, I imagine. Well, that's what we always look for, and Jean will attest to this, where you always prayed for a storm, and I don't mean anything that would hurt anybody or do any kind of damage, but when it did, like, living in Rhode Island, right up the coast, you'd have a storm come right up the coast and go right out towards Europe, open that atmosphere right up, you can wrap it in anybody, like if you guys are talking back and forth with me, we'd be in there talking. I mean, it's that clear. I mean, it was just awesome. You could do it on a simple radio, it's doing, a sideband radio doing 15 watts, and you could talk all day long, and it was just awesome, but sometimes I used to call it create your own. It's like, we'll just add a little 400 watts to that, so we can make sure we can get in there and get that QSO done. So, yeah. Darren S. says, love your content. I appreciate it, Darren. Thank you very much. Oops. This thing just jumped on me. Every time I'm like just ready to go to the bottom, it goes, and it just jumps way up. So you don't realize where you're at until you go back up. Oh, let's see. Arts and Crafts says, sending love to everyone in the chat and Chris. So I appreciate it, Arts and Crafts. Much love to you as well, all right? Oh, yeah, James, absolutely. I used, what the heck was it? There was one person that was next to me, and this is no BS. There was an older woman that lived downstairs. I didn't realize she was using rabbit ears. Now, keep in mind, I lived on the third floor. She lived on the first. And so one day she'd come out, and she's an older woman. She's like, I don't know if it's you or not, but there's a guy upstairs that has a CB. And it's like, man, it's dreadful. It goes right through my TV set. I said, I'm going to solve that for you. She said, really? I said, yeah, I'm going to solve that for you. She said, what kind of TV do you have? She said, well, I got this. I said, is the cable ready? She said, yeah. I said, I'm going to solve that. So I ran a splitter off my cable and dropped it down to her TV and just, I just ran coax down her and just plugged it right into it. I had expanded basic at the time. She said, oh, you don't have to do that. I said, shh. I didn't do this for you. But I just felt it was the thing to do, and I wanted to have fun on my stuff too, and I didn't want to, here's a woman who's just like, retired, just chilling, watching TV, and then all of a sudden, here comes me ripping through her stuff. But, most people didn't have that. They had satellite cable or whatever they had. They never had an issue. And then, like I said, I had my station tight where I would literally run a tuner between my radio and my amplifier, and then from the amplifier to the antenna. MFJs, kept everything clean 1-to-1, filters, you name it, Let's see. Martin Wolf, you said, had a FM and AM CB radio as a kid. AM was illegal here in the UK. Used to listen to the truckers in America. Oh, yeah. Which is really weird how they did that, huh? They just banned that, made it against the law. Really weird. Well, you go to any AM band. Well, not any AM band. Make it sound like there's 15 of them. You go to the AM band and, just wait until late at night. It opens right up. I can listen to Rhode Island channels. I think it's on 1180 on the dial, and I can listen to a channel up there. Just you can sit in your car and do it. So it's pretty cool. Josh D said, "Loved the last video. Awesome stuff." Yeah, I mean, there's so much hidden in these things, right? I just find it weird that we just see more and more of this stuff going on. I mean, it's not even a secret anymore. We knew this a million years ago that they were messing with these photos. Obfuscating, censoring. So, the cool thing about it is like now, like I look at it like a Cracker Jack box. You never know what you're going to find in these things, right? So I enjoy doing that because you just don't know what you're going to pull out of it. If you can pull out the lines, ready to rock. So, yeah. Let me see here. This is the only one that doesn't have CW, which kind of sucks, but I don't care. This one's still cool, too. It fits right in the palm of your hand. Pretty cool stuff. But, okay. Get rid of that. And we're being invaded. Now, the channel I was telling you about right here is Alien Views. You can check him out. His name's Robert. He's only got 2 videos. He just started off. And go over there and jump on the channel. He said I asked him, I said, you're going to be making more videos? He said, yes, I am. I said, okay, cool. So he said he spent 11 years. I don't know if he, like I said, he tried, help building the site, or he worked from and was doing these designs for virtual. And you can see this here. I'll go ahead and just do it from the beginning. Really, really cool stuff. Everybody knows what a lot of virtual is, but really, really cool to see. And a lot of animation and a lot of virtual, of course. So I thought that was pretty cool. And he's 11 years in this. So doing reconstruction on these is quite cool. So when you check it out, you can see where he said it looks like, I'm sorry, where he's got these, it looks like rocks all kind of broken apart, but when you reassemble them, it looks like a structure. So I think that's a good way to start off things, right? So, yeah, check out the channel, guys. Like I said, he goes by Alien Views. You can see that right there. I'm the first subscriber to him. So you jump on there, guy, show him some love, and I think we're going to see good stuff from him. He does it live, too. Now, the second one, he said, I don't think people are going to want to watch a 23-minute video. Guys, I mean, we're down with that. But he decided to do a much shorter one. It's like 1 minute and 32 seconds. So, but I thought, anything like commentation or commentator and stuff like that, just doing stuff like that is great. So he's in there doing it, and I I think you guys will like it. And if he's going to do more and more and more of these things because it's something he wants to do, awesome. So, there he is. There's Alien Views right there. There he is. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you're in it like, you know, a lot of people are, Robert, I think you're going to do fantastic. That's why I was asking if you're going to be doing more, because I think a lot of people, I don't know about you guys, but I crave like different content too. I love all the channels I'm subscribed to, but you just want, if I can have a library full of these people I can check out, then I can put pieces together, puzzle pieces here, 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 and here. And then I come up with this giant puzzle in my head, and I go, wow, I can now see pretty clearly what's going on or what happened on Mars, right? So, yeah. George Mayer, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, Chris, your last video was very interesting. The first large rock looks very much like a troop carrier with a gun or turret on top. You can make out the... Whoop, just jumped on me here. You can make out the windows on the front of the vehicle. See, that's what I'm saying. Some of these things are just... Now, in the foreground, they're quite small, right? Because you can see at least the UHF antenna. That's the only part you can see on the UHF antenna on there. And you don't see the rest of the rover. But at least you get an idea. Like, and I said that, you know, you probably stand just above. Your face would be right around that if you're around 5'8"-ish, 5'10"-ish. And so you could literally walk, but you have to keep walking to get to the back thing. So I think that there, and by the way, I'm going to show you something I found kind of weird. Did anybody see the newest video from the Ingenuity? Anybody at all? Because I seen this, and it shows the shadow on the ground. Am I the only one that thinks that's just messed up? Because I have a little theory. You guys like it. Agua. So, let's see. Hans and Cross says, I'll subscribe. Oh, yeah, jump right in there, guys. Jump right on there because, like I said, I already love his first one there. It just chills and just says what he's got on there, this and that. He actually did give me a shout out on his because that's the one, it shows that statue. And just up and a little bit to the left, he shows this structure he has reconstructed. So that's just awesome. Alien Views, he said, I can't talk like I can. Don't. Because sometimes, you know, because I'm trying to, I have a habit of doing that. I'll try to cram as much information in like 10 seconds. And then, you know, if I could, I was just showing my wife the other day that the last video I did, I got so pissed off because I was trying to do the last line when I say, you know, if you're new to the channel, you want to subscribe. And I think I did it 5 times and I got really angry and I basically pitched a bird, both of them to the screen. And I wasn't very happy. I was just a little livid. So, but then I went right back to calm again. And I was just, so that's what made it funny. It wasn't the swearing part of it. It was the, and if I showed you guys bloopers, you'd go, wow, I guess it can be a problem. Because, again, this is not teleprompted. This is off the top of our head, just doing it. And sometimes you make mistakes. It happens, you know. So, yeah, I mean, just do your own flow, man. That's the way to do it, Alien Views, you know, Robert. Just do your own flow. That's the way to do it. And from what I seen in the video you did, that 23-minute one, it was fine. I didn't see anything wrong with it. No, you're welcome too, Robert. You said thank you. Yeah, I mean, did you see anything in there? John Ward, I tried to search for his Alien Views as well. I couldn't find it on there. That's why what I'll do is let me see here. Let me see. I don't know if you could find it because I tried to, and for some reason, couldn't find it. So that's why I asked him. That's why I asked him for his actual link. Let me see. I even put on their channel and I didn't see it. Like I'm looking for it right now, nowhere to be found. I'm looking through it right now. I can't find it. Let me see. Yeah, not seeing it. which is kind of odd. Not sure what's up with that, you know. But one way or the other, and maybe you guys can find it, I don't know, but I tried looking it up, I couldn't find anything. But you'll get the link anyway at the bottom, at the, well, some of you jumped on there. There's already 15 of you guys on there, so some of you guys have found it. I couldn't, I just looked for it now, and I tried to find it before, and I couldn't find it. Let me see. Is that it? Let me see. Let me see if I can put it on here and find out. Let me just make sure. No one's saying the site can't be reached on that one. That was the one you gave me, Inhabit Mars. It said this site can't be reached. I'm not sure what's up with that. And I don't think you can even drop a link in here. You can try it there, Alien Views, if you want to. Try to see if it'll go on there. Yeah, it helps actually, like you said, David Gossamer, you said it is there. Refine the search by using the filter. Select channels here. Let me see. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, we'll drop this on you guys. Drop it like it's hot. Okay. Let me do this. And here's the link to the channel if you guys haven't found it. Here it is there. Just posted it. You can check it out. Like I said, some of you have already found it, but yeah, I wasn't even thinking of that, to be honest with you. To look at do the filtering. But we did now. So yeah. Tony Gibbs, he said it's hailing outside in Florida, South Florida. Yike. You having heavy thunderstorms? Yeah, like I said, I'm always looking. I got 29 subscribers now. So that's awesome. Like I said, guys, I'm always hungry for new content. So it's just nice to be able to do that. Check out new stuff. Well, there's two words. Porobsky, I'm sorry. He said it's Alien Views. It's actually two words, at least the way he's got it here. Excuse me. Let me see. Tyler 2 Chain says, I'm a subscriber. Alien Views. Yeah, like I said, Wild Otter, I'm saying the same. There's actually two words. If you look on the screen, there's actually two of them. He doesn't have it as one word. But regardless, the link's there. I just posted it. You guys can check it out. Oh, you're welcome, Robert. Yeah, like I said, I love the idea of anybody starting off. I'll back them up because, like I said, if everybody's wanting to get on there, the last thing you want to do is be like making videos and nobody's watching them. So it's kind of like, it's cool to be able to have somebody in there and starting you off and, get people in there. And here's the thing, too. You guys know as well as I do, word of mouth is everything, right? It's kind of like a business in your area. If it's good food, whether it's a food place, whatever it might be, it's got good service, you're going to brag about it. If it's not, El Crapsky, and it'll get around, especially in the town I live in. Everybody knows each other. Be like, hey, don't go there, it sucks. Or they'll be like, oh, it's fantastic. You guys need to check that out. Yep, I'll check it out. Drop it like it's hot. Let's see. Oh, okay, Robert, you're in Sarasota. That's right, too. Okay. I should remember that from the email. Christine Ingram, what's going on? Good to see you in there. You said, got it. Thanks, Chris. We'll look after but subbed. There you go. There you go. Whoop, this thing just jumped on me again. Okay, 420 Nintendo Hero is now sub now. Awesome. Peter Petrelli said, from the UK, London, been a long day. So, yeah, believe me, I know what you mean. Like I said, we're down a guy in my job, so yeah, it's always a lot of fun. Alien View says, I talk too stiff. It was almost funny. Hey, just trying to just chill out. Like you just act like you're talking to a couple of your buddies across the table. It's like, hey guys, check this out, man. Just that, the other. Like I said, I was the same way. You should have seen me when I started. I was like, oh my God, sad. But the thing is, it's like you don't know how at first, but it becomes all fluid. It's no big deal. Jean, yeah, you're not lying. You said you had under 100 subs for a year, but thanks to well, you were going up there pretty good. I think last time we gave you a boost and shot you over. I think you had what'd you have, 800, and then why do I want to keep thinking what do you call it? Oh my God, I'm actually drawing a blank. Yeah, the guy with the skin on his face, got hair on his head. Yeah, from Art Alien TV, him. I'm drawing a blank. But anyway, he helped you out, gave you a shout out. I did the same because here's the thing. And, like I said, YouTube, regardless whether you want to monetize or not, is immaterial. They want to know that you have at least 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours of viewing before they even suggest you and all this other crap. So whether you monetize is immaterial, right? It's got to do with, just being recognized as a channel. So, I mean, you can find your channel, but as far as like suggesting, I think it's a lot less chance of it. So, yeah. Alien is camera shy, I guess. I think everybody gets like that. I did. And I still get actually pumped up when I'm on here. So I don't know if you want to call it an anxiety, but you get like that because you're ready to jump into it and got all kinds of things to cover, and the next thing you're going, slow down. That's pretty much it. So yeah, but now you become accustomed to it. 100 hangouts, we ought to be at least a little bit relaxed. So, but yeah, you get that way, but it's no big deal. Especially if you're live, it's one thing, but when you're making your own video, nobody's there watching you, right? So you just kind of like just act like you're talking to a couple of your buddies, but you're actually just making a recording. That's what I do. John St. Pierre, he said, I left my wallet somewhere on Mars. Yelp. Hey, all and anomalies. What's going on? Hope you find that wallet. It's going to be hard to find there, though. Call up NASA, right, and say, hey, listen, guys, can you do me a favor? Can you have the ingenuity do a flyover and see if you can find it? Observe natural evolution says hit that like button. Yeah, we got like 167 watching. Like I think mine only says like what is it? 91? Is that right, guys? Or am I just seeing that wrong? Let me get rid of that thing here. No, she's up there now. It's 134, 137. See what I'm saying? It's not even doing it properly anymore. That's kind of odd and weird at the same time. Let me see here. Let me see. Oh, let me see. Martin Wolf says, more channels the better. More information in different styles. Love it. Love them all. Well, most of them. Yeah. That's the way I look at it. Different ways of seeing things. Sometimes they see things different than I do, and vice versa. And this is the reason why sometimes I like to have other people on the channel, because they have different views. And there's nothing wrong with that. They may say, well, yeah, I didn't see it like that, Chris. I seen it like this. Awesome. And maybe they'll point it out and go, I never seen it like that. Thanks for pointing it out. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody's on a learning curve. You should be. Nobody knows it all. They can act like it, but they don't. There you go. Kim Chung just told you there's a lost and found customer service on Mars. Aliens take your property. They took his property. That ain't good. Yeah, but they're looking at it going, credit card, we can't use them things here. Claire Mead, you said, Chris, you're too modest. I couldn't do this. Certainly couldn't chat live in the front of so many people. Yeah, but you got to look at it like, I guess it's, how do I want to put it? like I said, it becomes like on a regular basis. So you're kind of like, eh. And, you start to know everybody by name. And, of course, you got newcomers that come in. But you know everybody by heart now. So you're kind of like, and you just have a good conversation. And so I think that's awesome. And, the way I look at it is like, now it's like a one-on-one. So when people, when you just dropped a comment, well, I'm going to try to read every one of them I can, if I can. Sometimes when the thing jumps, it goes down, and then I have to backtrack. So then it takes up more time, of course. But everybody, you just get used to everybody, so it's not even a big deal anymore. If anything, I feel like Jean says, he was talking to Mimi saying, I'm actually an introvert. I think if it was live in person, I'd be like, oh my God, there's so many people. But because it'd be hard to get, be able to talk when everybody's trying to get in a conversation too. So it'd be awkward in that part, in that perspective. But other than that, it's not too bad. David Clark says, I love it. I always get a new channel to check out from this live stream, not Steam, but yeah, we'll go with the steampunk from Chris or one of you great folks. Yeah, because here's the thing. When I see people, especially on here, one of our subs, when I see one of them saying, hey, I just started a channel, if you don't mind, can you give me a shout out? You're one of the subs. Of course I'm going to give you a shout out. You support my channel. I'm going to support yours, of course. So that's the way to do that. One hand washes the other. And if you cross my channel, one hand slaps the other. No, but you know what I'm saying. But I'm glad to help anybody out if I can. It's only fair. Tony Gibbs, you said, you got this, Chris. That's why so many of us are here. You don't shove anything on us or make wild conjecture. Just look at this. What do you think? And that's what it is. I mean, even if you were to say, like I said in the last video, I said, even if we would just dismiss everything in the background, and that's perfectly fine. But what about the stuff in the foreground? That, to me, screams intelligently made. There's some things in there that should not be on or laying on the surface of Mars. So, because some people say, like I just had one guy say to me, let me see if I can read this. And this is on that one with the city, the satellite. I think it goes by the progressive update. It says Mars anomalies. So please show what part of the image breaks the orientation pattern. So he still thinks it's like a compression artifacts. But if you look at the very top where I showed where it shows the most area and just go down just a little bit, it's slightly different. It's not completely straight like the other. It's just slightly different. That's the difference in it. That's how you know. But you get people like that all the time. Oh, no, it's not. All right, hey, believe what you will. I mean, I'm not here to, break anybody's arm. That's not what I'm here for. Youngster78, you said, I did say that some of those Mars pics look like rubble in Hiroshima. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have said that. They said, listen, I've seen stories. I've seen people, one guy wrote me and said, I don't know if he's in World War II or what it was. He said, but I guess he was a pilot. And he said, it looks just like a city. And he said, and a lot of cities run just like that. And if you're high enough up, you only see the larger structures. Therefore, they look like they all run in a row. But as you get down lower, you got different ones in different orientations. You got different ones. So it makes sense. And he's right. And, like I said, and I didn't say that in my video, and I probably should have. That's why I got these people doubters and stuff like that. But there's slight difference in some of these orientation of some of these structures. And if they took the time to look at that, they would see that. But, they're always willing to flag BS. Listen, even if I did find out I was wrong, I'd say, guys, I just found out I was wrong. I'm not afraid to say I was wrong. I mean, it's not a big deal. Let me put this thing back full screen. There we go. It's what you do. It's just being a grown-up. It's pretty cool, actually. When you make a mistake, you say, guys, screwed up. It's as simple as that, And like I said, we don't jam anything down anybody's throat. We say, listen, this is what I see. This is what it looks like. Give me your thoughts. It's as simple as that. 420 Nintendo. What do you having a problem? He said, I'm having trouble finding it. What is it? Was it the link that I just gave out, or are you talking about the video we were talking about, or? Yeah, Pete. Petrelli said, how cool is that, though? Chris's promo, his crew. Yeah. I mean, because I think it's cool because, again, like-minded people, and then they want to go off and start their own. A lot of people won't do that. Some people will, to a certain degree, but I just feel, why not? There's nothing wrong with that. Again, just like we have John Ward. I mean, we wanted to like push him over the 1,000 mark. Now, whether he wants to, again, whether you want to monetize or anything, the whole idea is having recognition as a channel. It's not even about the monetization. You can push that aside. It's about saying, okay, now I'm officially, according to YouTube, I'm now a channel. And that's what it's all about. That's what makes the difference. I do, John Mountford. You said, hi, Chris. Do you follow any of those Mars groups and who post pictures on Facebook? Some interesting photos on there. Yeah, absolutely. Martine, she's got hers on there. Joe, I just remembered his name. Art Alien TV. There's several of them on there. Some of them have their own pages, and some of them just post. Remy Barr does. There's a whole bunch of them on there, man. It's absolutely crazy. And some of them come up with some really, really good finds. Some of them, I don't see it. It's just like, when they say pareidolia, I guess it is. Because some of the stuff I just don't honestly see. I've told you guys before, I don't really see like humanoids. Although that statue, that thing stood out like a sore thumb. It looked like it come apart and from a side of a building or something. That to me is like, boom, it's right there, right? All right, let me see something here. That was the communications. Let me see. All right. Does anybody see anything retarded about this video? Now, this could have been stitched photos. I don't really care one way or the other. Maybe somebody can... This is so obvious, it just makes me laugh. I'll wait a second and see if you guys see anything that's really weird about this. Well, if you look at it just before it gets to the bottom, Jean, you can actually see the blade going closer to that left back leg. So just before it goes out of the picture frame, because it's spinning so quickly, but you'll see it it is turning. At least that's the way it looks. But it is actually spinning. Let me see if I can see the legs on it again. Yeah. So the legs are staying still, but you can see the actual rotor just going towards the back leg. So it is, according to it, it does look like it is. Okay. See if anybody else has seen this. The Awoke one. What's going on? The Awoken one. I'm sorry. It would be interesting to see what resources Mars has to offer, as they are not on Mars just to try and colonize the planet. Yeah, because they're going to have to look for some kind of resources, right? We know they got water. And they know they can turn carbon now into oxygen. So we got two, basically ingredients for fuel. So the list goes on. And I'm sure they've already found this. They already know what the planet's got to offer. They know what they're dealing with, the structures and everything else. We know that. Noodles frame rate is like 5,000 frames per second. No, you'll see what I'm talking about. No, they are turning. Like I said, John, I wish I could stop this thing, or at least slow it down, but that's not the way it does this. Let me see. Like I said, just before the blades you can see it just touches that back left leg. Boom, it's just turning. And it looks like it's going clockwise. Of course, I could be wrong. It could be spinning so darn fast. But, yeah. Let me see. Tony, you're hinting on it. You're hinting on it. The angle is consistent as is not connected to it. Let me ask you guys a question. Since when, maybe I'm wrong here, I thought the camera was stationary on. In other words, just built, that's it. But why does it look like it's tracking it? Like it's sitting still and tracking its own shadow. Am I seeing things here, or has that appeared the same way with you guys? Oh, I didn't even see that one yet, Pete. He said NASA just released the sound of the copter blades. Interesting. Ricardo said it just looks wrong. Well, they said that the sound would sound weird, right? Because they said, ooh, lower oxygen and atmospherics and stuff like that. Maybe the helicopter actually took it's got a down-facing camera, and so it's basically taking a photo of its own shadow. What I have a problem with, if it's hovering in the air, and even if it's not, let's say it's moving along, I don't have a problem. How is it tracking it? Like the camera itself underneath is moving. How is it doing that? It doesn't make sense to me. Ricardo, your question was, if the drone is meant to be filming itself as it descends, why does the shadow not get closer as the ground gets closer? Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's even trying to land. It's like it's kind of moving around. You can see it doing that, kind of moving around a little bit. So I'm not sure what the deal is. Now, that's the first thing I thought of. It's probably going to land, but I don't know. Well, again, if it's hovering in the air, I kind of get that, and maybe it's descending, but you don't see the ground coming at you as fast as that shadow's moving. So this is what I'm having a problem with. Cloudy with a chance of UFOs. Even the shadows look fake. What a waste of time and effort staring at the floor on another planet to observe a shadow of a drone you set up there with a rover. Awesome research, NASA. Haha. Let me see. Yeah, well, I got a theory about that. I'm wondering if, because you notice how it has this like lighted haze around it. Now, I don't know if they're taking this in infrared, and it's giving that weird glow around the copter itself. You guys see that? So what do you guys think? Do you believe this is in just normal recording, like an RGB? Of course, it is in black and white. We see that. But they might have changed that for a reason. Now, is it possible that it's taken in infrared? You're right about that, Mimi. NASA is a clown factory. Unfortunately, yeah. Well, let's put it this way. This is what I had a question about. Let's say this is absolutely legit, because it does look like the rotors are turning. Okay. My question would be, how far is this off the ground? Let's say it's off the ground quite a bit. Two things I have a problem with. I said, well, what happens if this thing's way off the ground? And I mean way off the ground. Like a good 50 to 100 feet. Maybe even a lot more. I don't know. Because it was effortless to get off the ground. So I think, keep in mind, I think it's, again, it has flight of 1 minute. You go up and then come back down, right? So you got it going, it can fly for a minute up and fly for a minute back down. So how high can this thing go in a minute? So my question is this ground actually is this thing really way off the ground? And maybe they superimpose this. I don't know. I was trying to think of all different ways. If it's, okay, I can see the rotors turning, and it's just, like I said, it's just slowly going, at least it looks like it's clockwise. I see that. Now, again, what I have a problem with is I don't see it getting closer to the ground, other than the ground kind of shifting a little bit. So I can't imagine the thing is literally, landing, and this is the reason why you see the shadow coming under it. I don't see that. And it remains the same sharpness as far as the shadowing. Okay, so I'm having an issue with that. Can anybody break that down, how that's possible? Ricardo, like you said, the parallax is not correct. Exactly. Let me see. All right, so I was just talking to my wife. If you guys are interested, but I actually got somebody coming to buy that other Toyota I had. He's actually got a parts card for it. Awesome. Anyway, so getting back to this, so I'm having a problem with that. So what do you guys actually think is going on here? Yeah, it's kind of like, now I can see it kind of moving to a certain degree, but as it's coming into frame, we don't see the ground move. But yet it's moving toward or under the helicopter. It's almost like it's got a tracking camera, if you will, right? Well, see, that's what I was trying to understand, Glenn Marsh. You said, Chris, why is there a bright glow under the helicopter as it moves? That's what I'm saying. So I don't know what the deal is what that is. Usually you get that in certain areas that are, if they're like I said, if they're using like an infrared. But to me, if it's superimposed, here's my other question. Why is a lot of these things on here also bright? Does that make sense? Now, there's only one time I've actually seen them. Well, not one time. We know why they do it. Let's put it that way. And it's to hide whatever's there. Now, I want to show you what I do is I took a picture right in the very beginning, right about there, where it's clearest. And then I took one down in the bottom, right there. But I haven't finished that one yet. So right about there, look at these parts right here. I'm going to put my cursor right here on the right of it. So just to the left of that area right there, the helicopter stops. Like I said, I'll do it again right there. On the right-hand side, and there's something around here, guys. I'm wondering if this thing is off the ground, and I mean quite a bit. I'm going to show you this in Photoshop. I was going to make a video, but seeing we didn't really have anything super to offer you guys on the Hangout, we're going to show you this and just the shapes that are in here. Now, I'm not saying anything else. I'm just saying, basically, is this thing way off the ground, and they're making it look like, oh, it's just barely maybe a foot off the ground, or 3 feet, or whatever it may be, or even 3 meters, which is like 10 feet, right? Could it be a lot more than that? Somber Reptile says, I think it's stationary, but tilting. Yeah, but then how would the shadow be moving? It does, John. He said it looks like a simulation. Well, like I said, it seems like they tried to use infrared a lot because anything that's shiny or any of that sort, right off the bat will turn like this whitish and really reflective. And that's what I have a problem with. So I darken this thing up, look for any lines in the photo. Check this out. All right, so here it is. You can see where I froze it. And you can see something right here off the... Well, let me see here. Let's not do it that way. Let's do this way. Well, let's do it a lot bigger. That would probably help. Seeing as how. This is how big the picture was, just to give you an idea. And you can see it's at 12.5% at the bottom. And now it's at 12.5, and yet look at the size of it. Let me get my mug off this for a minute. Okay, not that was in a way, but if I move in. Okay, so if you look at it right here, let's use the red, shall we? Maybe it'd be a little better. It's literally doing this, and then we have these really brightened up areas. We have something that looks similar to that over here. And you may say, well, I'm really not seeing that. Well, you will, because the what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this much darker. There is something right here, and I don't know if you guys can even see this. This is cool. Right here, this looks like this little piece. I'm going to just kind of do it like this. But what's cool about it, there's something round. I can see the line right there. It goes all the way around. Actually, I did a wrong circle here. Let me do it this way. It's actually doing this. It's not going to be a perfect circle, guys, but you get the idea. But anyway, it looks like it's doing this here. And it looks like something's going off into this. But look at this right here real carefully. 1, 2, 3. Now, let's go over to here. And you'll see this a lot better in a moment. 1, 2, 3. It might be a fourth and then a fifth. Lined up like that. But there is actually lines and it looks like separations. I'm wondering if this is actually way off the ground. And they're literally taking photos of the area we were looking at. Let's do this. Let me just show you this. Now check this out. After bringing the lines out, we have all of these pieces here. There's one here. One here. Here's that round piece. Okay. We've got other pieces here. Like I said, this is right here. You can't bring it down because it's so bright. And I guess, like I said, and to me, it seems like it's like a infrared. And that will do that to a photo. You got this right here. And we've got these pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's like a fifth one there. When I looked at this, the first thing I thought was this thing is really, really way off the ground. And that's what we're really seeing. We're seeing something else and not just simple rocks. Could I be wrong? Yes, absolutely. But when I seen these here, and like I said, you can see the line there, right here. Okay. I'm going to go back and forth here. Again, look at the pieces that are on said circle. And it's not even a full circle if you really look at it because it does this. It looks like it kind of does this. See that? Has a cutout right here. Looks like it's doing this here. See that? But we'll go back and forth. Okay. These down here. It's hard to see that line right here. And these, but you can still make those out. They're right there. I'm wondering if this thing is a lot further off the ground and we're seeing structures. Robert Morgan says, an hour and a half late. Well, you still get a hall pass. You'll be all right. So, Robert Nielsen, you said, yep, you are right. Triangle at 240 degrees. I'm just saying because now let's suppose I'm completely wrong, and I'm okay with that. Let's say they are. They're nothing but small pieces. Well, nature has a really wild way of laying things out, okay? At least for me, I'm just looking at this thing going, no way. And I was trying to bring these out slowly. You can see where it's a little lighter there. Then I brought out anything that was white. You can see the whiter areas, the signatures, where you can see where I brought them out a little bit more. Brought down the brighter areas if I could. To try to drag these things out, right? And there you go. So I'm looking at this, I'm saying, is this really feet off the ground? Is it 10, 20 feet off the ground? Well, then there's still some things on the ground that just don't make any sense. They do not make sense at all. And then if this thing's way, way off the ground, and this is kind of superimposed in there, then that would make a little bit of sense that maybe the helicopter is, in fact, way up, and they're just using that as a superimposed to make it look like, oh, yeah, it's not far off the ground. What do you guys think? Am I way off or am I... It's a possibility it's right. Like I said, really, there is no right or wrong answer. I'm just speculating because that's the way it looks to me, that this could be way up in the air. Oh, Robin, that's cool, man. I appreciate you. He said, sorry I'm late. Here's my payoff and my subway tokens. Well, I appreciate that. So, yeah, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. But it's good to see anyway, Robert, and I do appreciate it. It's just cool. Let me see. This thing just jumped on me again. Ricardo, he said, sorry, 28, let me see for a second. 30, okay, with frames dropped from the animation. Okay, here's my problem with it. Now, and I don't think it takes an Einstein to figure this out. One guy said, well, clearly they can't come up with good pictures because, you're talking about the data rate. Okay, so my question would be, why would you put a camera on there that's super high-tech, and we all know it's better than what they're saying it is. Come on. And I'm not talking about the Ingenuity. I'm talking about like the Perseverance and the Ingenuity. It's supposed to be high-definition cameras, be able to take video as well as, still pictures and videos. Every rover could do this. So what would be the point of putting cutting-edge technology to put a mediocre data rate if you can't support it? How does that make any sense? It makes no sense. So unless they're taking these 4K dynamite pictures, which I believe that they are, but let's say it's only 1080. I'm willing to go with that. But I think we all know better. But let's wait 4 hours for it to download. Come on. First of all, they only have so much of a window, right? So they can't fool around. They need to get all the data in as quick as possible. So you know as well as I do, the data rate's much faster. They can say what they want, but it's much faster. So it's like, yeah, we're not going to spend a few billion on a camera, and plus, of course, I'm exaggerating on the camera. But as far as the whole mission, yeah, we'll skimp on the data rate, though. We don't need that. We're good. Yeah, News, that's not a bad idea. He said, not a very good explanation on the JPL website. Get one of their image experts on the talk show stat. Yeah, I just don't buy it. I don't know. I look at that crap and I just, please. David Pierce, he said, so 2,535 constant RPM with variable pitch. Yeah, but it can go faster. One of them I read said it can go up to 3,500 RPMs. So, in other words, if they felt like they didn't have enough lift, they've got more RPM to go. So, once, it's like any other drone, if you ever flown, until you finally get lift off, right? So, let's say you want to hover 30 feet off the ground, okay? You're not giving it full throttle, so therefore you can literally hover it. So, you know they got much, much more in that copter. It can go definitely a lot higher, and they got the RPMs to do it. And, of course, these rotors pitch and they tilt and everything else to give it so it can turn. It can go everywhere it wants to. It can change speeds on it, opposing, whatever. So that this thing is so high-tech, it's not even funny, right? And somebody said, yeah, they're actually taking radar images. They're using LiDAR, which I had a feeling they were doing. So, yeah, that's why I say, it's bogus. They're playing the public like they're total idiots. Exactly. There's a guy, another one. Diamond gets it too. Diamond Dog says, I thought shadows would bend around the rocks below. That's another thing that made me think. Maybe this thing's much further off the ground than they're saying, and maybe this is not such a, maybe it's almost a flat terrain, but not that bad. This is the reason why you're not seeing any variances in shadow. Now, if it was a lot closer to the ground, would you not see this much more? Or would they be identical? I think it can work either way, right? Depending on height. Unless, of course, they're flying over a tall mountain. That's a whole different ballgame. But, yeah. Phil Cox with daughters Jessica and Kelsey Brown. Hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. Hope everyone is well. I'm doing fine. My laptop broke, and I've been waiting for a pod. It's good to be back and seeing you all. Oh, same here, Phil. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you got it fixed, man. There's nothing worse than having a decent, whatever it is, whether it's a PC or, I don't care if it's a phone, right? Or a laptop. It goes bad on you like, God, there's nothing worse. So, yeah, I'm glad you're back. It's awesome. Karen Montgomery says the Martians will see a cross in the sky, just like Constantine, and then convert to Christianity. Oh, no. Yeah, but that cross is going to change because they're opposing. So it's going to go, wait a minute. Is it a cross or isn't it? So anyway, I seen these shapes. So it made me wonder, how far is this thing really off the ground? I don't know. There's no way of knowing. Because I think they superimposed this thing, guys. To be truthful, I think they did that. I could be wrong. Absolutely could be wrong. But if they superimposed this thing and went over, that would have kind of explained the brightness, like glow around it. And we want you to think that we're only literally feet off the ground, so we're going to make the shadow really big. That's the way I'm seeing it. Now, again, I could be totally off, and it's pure speculation because I can't vet it. But that's what it seems like to me. Morgan, try having to rely on an iPhone. Yeah, because here's the thing. It's just like, it's on a phone. It's so much weirder, man. It's just like, it's like I got an iPhone right here, and it works great. It does. It really does work great. The problem with it is it's so darn tiny. Like, if you want to watch any kind of movies on it or anything like that, or that's why I suggest anybody, you can go out and buy a cheap computer, something with at least, a 23, 27-inch screen. So if that's all you do is you just want to watch videos, it'll make it a lot nicer for you. It truly would. You don't need anything spectacular. It's not like you need a gaming computer to do this. None of that sort, So I think that'd be the way to go. See, like you just asking too, Pete. You said, why is there a halo around the around shadow? Exactly. Oh, thank you very much to Robert Nielsen. I do appreciate that. He said, it is out there, but some spark logic. Who takes the photo of the photo? Reality might be a mirror hole. Is nature just another construct? Freaky. Well, again, it's kind of like kind of that same weirdness when you get these rovers doing a selfie. People are like, who the hell is taking a picture of the damn thing? Well, it's the actual camera on the turret arm, on the turret itself on the arm. And what they do is they just take the arm out so you don't see that. But it literally has a camera looking back at itself and just taking a photo, right? But this here is supposed to have a camera. Now, did anybody read anything? Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't read the memo. But as far as the copter itself, does it have a tilting or kind of angling or tilting camera that they can turn back and forth? Did you guys read any of that? Again, Robert, thank you very much for your support, man. It is appreciated. Much love to you guys. Tony Gibbs, you said the proportion is way off. You are right on with that one, Chris. Yeah, I'm just I try to analyze as much as I can. Like I said, this could be 3 feet off the ground. This could be 300 feet off the ground. I don't know. 300 sounds like a long way up. Is it? I don't know. You know what I mean? We really don't know. We really don't know the actual atmospherics on there. We're just going by what they tell us. If it's a lot thicker, then it has no problem doing this. And because it has no lift, it has no problem lifting, I should say, then I don't think it has any problem going to 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. I don't think it has an issue with it. And as long as it can take a round trip, go up there and, take 60 seconds to get up to it, which would be nothing. You've seen the size of the non-rotors on this thing, right? So literally it'd fly up there and do whatever it's got to do. And then come back down. And just like any other drone, it probably has its own zeroed out section, meaning its home plate or home base. So once it's established in there, according to GPS, because there are orbiters around Mars, so it has a GPS setting, then it can just take off and then land right back in its same spot, and it's good to go. So, yeah, that's why I didn't believe this. When I seen this thing, I'm going, I'm trying to make heads or tails of what is going on here. Is it literally trying to track itself? Does it have a tilting camera? I didn't read anything about that. Dave Havery, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, evening, Chris and fellow Martians. Apologies, late arrival tonight. Been watching Newcastle United. I'll do catching up tomorrow, but have I missed anything? Yeah, we're just going over what the this newest video here, or maybe just a bunch of photos thrown together to make a video. But we're having a problem. I'm having a problem, at least, trying to figure out what is going on here. I see the helicopter's supposed to be hovering. At least it looks that way. But yet it's tracking its shadow from top to bottom. Now and I had thought about this myself, some of the subs had said, well, maybe it's starting to land. But it doesn't look like it's going boom and it's going right under it. It looks like it's just passing way under it. And that's pretty much it. And it looks like it might have tilted a little bit. And this is the reason why you see the ground do what it does. But I'm seeing this glow around here. Is that like I said, is it superimposed into these screenshots? So I'm thinking that they're screenshots and not a video itself, right? So at least that's my thoughts. That's why I'm trying to get everybody's thoughts on this right now, what their view is. Because like I said, there really is no right or wrong answer because we're just trying to dissect what's going on here, right? Yeah, I thought of the same thing, Elia, but I'm not sure that it has one. It didn't show a gimbal on the bottom of this thing. There you go, David. McLeod, McLeod? I don't know if I'm butchering that. I apologize. You said I have a HP 15 with a 15-inch monitor. I got in Christmas 2014. Still works fine, and I have an HDMI cable hooked up to my 50-inch LG. And has been my source for TV and still is. No cable, just internet. That's pretty much what I do. Believe it or not, I got basic channels here. But I've got a outside antenna that feeds 4 TVs, high definition TVs, and I have no issues. I get every channel locally. But of course, it's quite a big antenna. It's like remember the old bow ties? Well, it's like there's 2, but this thing literally folds, so you can get signals from 2 different directions. So I get every channel that's local you can possibly get. In fact, I get one that it doesn't even show on the TV. listing for this area. And I just do all my movies and stuff online. Yep. Matt Patterson, great question. Is it flying at night? Maybe hence is it like a night vision? It doesn't look that way? Or is it infrared? It looks to me like an infrared. And this is what gets me going. Like I said, that area right here, I'm going to put the cursor right here on the right-hand side of the screen. These items right here, you can see it right here on the left of this, they're super, super bright. Why? They should not be bright. It almost seems like it's a metallic top to it. And if they're using an infrared, maybe that's what it's doing. I don't know. Maybe it is a night vision, and what they're doing is they're just turning it black and white after the fact, and this is the reason why you get some of that fuzz on there, and it doesn't look right? I don't know. Yeah, Justy says, you said, is the static cam in the bottom of the body? Yes. It's supposed to be actually just facing straight down. That's all they said they were going to do. And now they said that this new thing is it's supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be like mapping the surface. It's supposed to be doing, and it's supposed to be using LiDAR. It's like a radar. And they're literally doing it so they can take, and LiDAR will actually give you height, and you can make out a 3D program. So while it's going over that, let's say there's something really tall, it can map that as it's going along. Let me put this back on here. I'm over here, use my hands like I'm showing you guys. But anyway, so it's going like, so as it's going, let's say we're looking at it from a side view, but the helicopter's over it, and you can see what's taller and smaller and whatever the height of this thing. They can get like a 3D kind of angle. And I would think that if they put the rover in a certain spot, they can see it from the side, match it up with the height, and they can actually get a really good 3D on there. And I think this thing may be much farther off the ground than they're making it look like, oh, it's only 30 feet. Okay. Then, again, I was able to bring out lines and stuff like that. And when I saw this, I was like, okay. And I started bringing this down, seeing things like this laid out with different sections here and all of these pieces here. And then we get this, what looks like this, again, this circular piece, what it looks like something coming out. And the ground's doing this. And we have this round piece right here. And it's not completely round. You can actually see it does this. And we got 1, 2, 3 pieces on top of that. I don't know, man. There's something right here, rectangular. When you look at it, you're just like, okay, you got these. There's something right here. I don't know if you guys can see that. And it's in this like rectangular area. Get rid of some of those. Almost looks like a rectangular area doing this. But there's something, looks like it's standing up out of this thing. But why are they super shiny? And look at these pieces right here. I don't know what to make of that. It looks like you see something faint on this side. I'm not sure what to make of that. You guys see that? I don't know. But to me, I'm saying, if this is only 30 feet off the ground, then these rocks and nature's brilliant. They can literally lay themselves out in like this kind of, almost like a semi-arch type thing. We got circular patterns on the ground. We got, I don't know. Well, if there's any proof of like these little miniature aliens, then maybe they're only 50 feet off the ground and these are just small homes. Or it's a lot higher off the ground and they made it look like, through the shadow, made it look like it's only literally feet off the ground. So, I don't know. That's why, I love your thoughts, guys, what you guys may think this stuff is. Yeah, Robert, exactly. Well, radar and LiDAR can both do that because you can get radar, because when I did a video about, what was the name of that thing? Radar images of the moon show great details. When you see that, you can see, like, I show you the crater, and then I show you the one, because it's 30 to 55 or 52 feet below the surface of the ground. So if they're using that, they can probably adjust it so they can see the top, the ground, meaning not penetrating much in the ground. And then they can see, if they turn the power up, I guess they can see more. But let's say some of these are buried, which kind of some of them actually do look that way. Then they can see all of these objects on the ground. So we can call them objects, we can call them structures, or just funny looking rocks. you guys be the judge, as always. But I don't know. Tony Gibbs, he says, it's a miniature city. I don't know. Like I said, it depends on how far off the ground we are. Now, again, by this photo here, this video, these, I think they're just pictures just put together. That's what it looks like to me. Again, it looks pretty big. Like it's only, what would you guys think that is? If you've seen the shadow on the ground, what would you think? 30, 50 feet off the ground? Tops? 30, 50 feet? I'm guessing somewhere around there. They would make you believe that that's, but how do we know this wasn't superimposed in here? And this is the way it looks, and they're just kind of really trying to show it like it's in the photo, and it's literally 30 to 50 feet off the ground tops. I don't know. But again, if this is superimposed, it's hard to tell. The actual view is being taken from the helicopter, but we don't even know if this shadow is completely bogus, and we are actually seeing something way down in the ground. This thing may be 100, 200, 300 feet off the ground for all we know. I don't know. I'm trying to angle it from all different ends. And if they're simple rocks, there's some really cool laid out looking rocks on the ground here. That's all I can say. It's supposed to be only battery, Addison Smith. He said, do you think the drone is nuclear power? I think anything's possible because you can make them that small. You know, they can really actually make one like that and just simply do that. Because I'm finding it hard. If they're going to have this thing doing more and more and more tests, it would have to be consistent, first of all. I'm sure there's cloudy days, and I don't mean super cloudy like we get here on Earth, because it's not supposed to be an atmosphere, right? But there's got to be days where maybe the sun's not as bright. I'm sure there's some surface fog. This thing may not get, all the sun to disposal. I just find it hard to believe that this thing could charge a battery, as small as that thing is, charge a battery for at least 2-minute flight. What would it take? It would have to take all freaking day to charge before it can take a flight. And even then, would it actually be strong enough sunlight to actually do that? Well, I guess you could after so many hours. If the battery's not that big to begin with, then you won't need a long time sun exposure to be able to charge it, right? So it's kind of like your own solar. Like I got a solar charger here. I got two big panels. Well, one's a lot smaller, maybe quarter the size of the other. Well, maybe almost half the size. And I got a good size one. And I've got it under a small battery. It's one you can find like in battery backups. But I bought it brand new. It's not super large, so it's nothing to charge it back up. But I use it like a small project I threw together. And at night, we both charge our phones on it. No problem. Doesn't even eat the battery up. I can go without a day. Sunshine, no problem. Probably get about 2 to 3 good charges for both charging at the same time on those iPhones. So, and then, of course, the sun comes out and charges it, no problem. Even daylight charges it up fully. So, again, smaller the battery, doesn't take much to charge it, right? So, either these things have a really efficient motor, which I would have to think it has to, in order to be able to do this, right? So, yeah. Small battery, super efficient motor, only needs 2-minute flight tops, and it can do its mission. James, thank you very much for your support, brother. He said, it looks to me like a power station to the right. Yeah, you're talking about over here where these really, really bright areas are. Now, I want you guys to look at just when this thing goes right around here, this bottom arrow. You can see something that looks pretty sharp over here. It looks like almost like a semi-round circle right there. Right there, you'll see it right here. It seems to get clear on this end. It almost looks like this gets real clear to the left of this little arrow going down. Look at this section right here. It looks kind of dark. Now watch this. It gets super bright like there's roads there or something. See that? Looks like there could be structures there. If it's way off the ground. Again, I'm speculating here. That's all. When I look at this, I'm going, I don't know, man. I don't know if I trust this as far as the shadowing, if this thing's actually really its own shadow or they put that there themselves. Again, James, thank you for your support, brother. Nicholas Snyder says, I think we ultimately came from Mars. You're not the only one who believes that. I believe that too. Oops. I don't know. It's another great question. I'm sure it does have LEDs at the bottom. Art Barevsky, you said, looks like the drone has a light beneath it with a question mark. Is that what we are seeing? I don't know if this is, keep in mind, would the light would have to be, understand, the photo we're seeing of the shadow of the rover, not the rover, the copter, would the light be following its own shadow? See, that's the question. And you can see right here, engineering a Mars helicopter can be seen in these images taken by its black and white navigation camera during its third flight on April 25th. Credit, of course, goes to NASA, JPL, and Caltech, which builds all their cameras. And it says Ingenuity Mars helicopter shadow. So I don't think that it has a light following its own shadow. That's why I'm saying I don't know what to make of this, guys. Again, it looks like it's superimposed or something. I don't know. It just had me stumped when I seen this. Stephen Wagner, what's going on? He said, hi, Chris. Good evening, everyone. What's going on, Stephen? Good to see you in there. Oh, so Robert Nielsen, you said, no, way more. You're thinking way higher up? And if so, what do you believe is going on with that shadow then? Because here's the thing. I don't know how big that shadow would be. Let's say, I'm going to throw a hypothetical. Let's say it is 200 feet off the ground, 300 feet off the ground. But if these are, in fact, structures, two things come to mind. If it's only 300 feet, then these things got to be really small. Unless, like you're saying, it's super high up in the air and it's taking this photo. I don't know. It's just a weird stitched together photos to make a video kind of thing. I don't think that's an actual video. I think it's all stitched photos. I was thinking the very same thing too, Tony. He said satellite video with the shadow mistakenly made too big and doesn't follow the topography. Exactly. It just, something doesn't jive with this thing. This thing just jumped at me. Somebody said something. What was it say? Chicken Little said so. Said, could it be a glare effect of the protective cover on a protective cover? Probably not. Only because, like I said, there is, again, we're watching a down view of the helicopter, and we're seeing its shadow come into view. So I'm a little confused about that. Now, I don't know, man. That's just crazy. Because the shadow, you would think the actual ground would be moving underneath it for that shadow to be doing that. Now, if it was landing, that ground should be approaching pretty quick. Everything should be getting a lot larger. If it was landing and the shadow was meeting the actual copter on the ground, and it looks like it's just passing under it. Again, I don't know. It's just a weird photo. Or a bunch of photos. Exactly. Yeah, Diamond Dog, you're right. He said if we filmed this on Earth, it would look normal and sharp. There shouldn't be any different. No. Robert Morgan, you said, I heard that the stronger the battery, the stronger the signal. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Hey, I'm not sure. Are you talking about it sending information back to the rover? I'm not sure. Chicken Little said so. Says, howdy. What's going on there, Chicken Little? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Robert, from Alien Views. You said could be infrared photography. Yeah, I mean, but then why the glow around the actual shadow? Now, I guess it could do that if somehow this thing was all reflective. Maybe I don't know. It's just bizarre no matter how you look at this thing. And like I said, these don't. I'm thinking that these things in the back and the upper right. Notice the ground too. Watch when it comes right here. It looks like it has like an area that's almost straight. Right here. When it's super bright at the top here, right there. I wish I could pause this thing. I can't. So let me do this. Right here. Almost looks straight. And again, we've got these other pieces in here. We've got that round piece. Again, we've got these other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down here. There should be another one right here. Just, I mean, there's 3 or 4 things on top of this thing. I'm just weird, man. It's crazy how this thing is. And because these are super bright, it makes me wonder, like anything else they put super bright on these photos. I don't care if it's satellite, copter taking the photos or any of that sort. When I see this, I see things trying to be hidden. And I think they take a different cameras, be different wavelengths, infrared, could be anything, right? And I think that's what they're doing here. At least that's just my opinion. Nobody else has to share that. Yeah, Dale Rogers said same quality images as the Apollo missions. Yeah, and we know they're much better than that. Just like even the Hasselblads, when you look at the Hasselblad cameras, they were still high tech for their time, and they're still in business today. So it makes you wonder. You say, okay, so we have a lot better technology than that, and yet we're getting crap. Because even if we were to just say, okay, this is the natural photo right here, it's still incredibly crappy shit. I mean, as simple as that. But yet I see, again, if it's only 30 feet off the ground, I'm still seeing things that are just laid out in a way that looks like somebody has done that. If it's much, much higher up on there, is it possible it's just giant boulders and they're just weirdly shaped? Or are we seeing what looks like structures here? Again, anybody's answer is right, could be all wrong. I mean, just something to analyze, that's all. Well, that's what I was thinking, the same thing, Daniel. You said, I'm really illiterate, wait a minute, hold on. When it comes to, I think he said on pitches, but how would it be lighting up the ground if it was way up? Well, see, I don't know if it's actually, the way it looks, it's almost like there's something taking a picture. That's actually the copter and not the shadow. And maybe it has a light pointing down, but it looks like it's like a halo glow around it. So I don't know what the deal is, because I thought about that too as an option, and I think a couple of you guys have even said this, where, how do we know it's not a satellite or something is taking a picture of that, and we're actually seeing the copter and not the shadow? I don't know. It's just so many, anything could be the truth, right? Yeah, that's a good point, Chicken Little. He said the edges are being distorted, compressed as perspective changes, wide angle. It could be. It's almost like it's trying to track. So the camera's going like this. It's like tilting. So you see the ground kind of move, and that could have been just a helicopter just moving real quick, which is a very good possibility. But again, I'm trying to figure out, is the shadow there as big as it is to fool us as how far this thing is up? Or, well, and the other question is, why the glow? It's really puzzling. When I first seen this, I said, none of this seems to make any sense. And you notice how they don't really have an explanation on the page. It really doesn't say, well, you're seeing this particular thing because of, and you don't see that. Phil Cox, you said if what NASA says about its max altitude, then it can't be more than 16 feet off the ground. Which is, yeah, because I don't know if that would be, that's bogus as far as that. I don't believe that for a moment. Because they were saying something about, what were they saying last time? They went twice as high. They went like 20 feet. Because it was, first of all, it was like 3 meters. It was like 10 feet. Then they went a little higher than that. I think they can go much, much, much higher than that. I don't see how it can restrict itself. How far can that thing take off with max rotor speed? How long would it take? And I think you already did this. You broke it down, Ricardo, as far as feet per minute. How far this thing can go incredibly high, because, again, it has no issue getting off the ground. So the air or the atmospherics don't seem to have an issue on it. So I believe it can max itself out and go way the hell up in the air. I don't think 16 feet, I think that's bogus. And because here's the thing, if we were to say, well, it's only 16 feet, well, then they're just rocks. And that's what they want you to believe. And clearly you can see the shadow, so that's all it is. Okay. But when you start bringing out these lines and these things that are in the photo and stuff that seem to have these bright tops to them, or like pieces leading into them, I don't buy that. I don't buy that for a minute. I don't see it. I think this thing's much, much higher off the ground. And again, if they're just trying to make it, it's only 16 feet, so maybe there's your shadow. But again, the shadow doesn't jive with the movement of the copter, meaning shadow with the ground, relation to the helicopter, everything in relation with each other. They don't seem to jive at all. I don't know. I thought that was kind of weird. Well, I seen that too. David Clark, he said, I also don't understand how the ground is distorting so much as it passes by. I think at that point it starts to tilt itself. So that's why we're seeing kind of like a motion blur. I kind of get that part. But again, it's just tilting slightly if it's doing that. And this is the reason why you're getting that sudden distortion. But I don't get how the shadow does not jive with the movement of that copter. Even if the ground was just move slightly like it's doing. The ground's not moving, but the helicopter is. But you see it kind of shift a little bit. Nothing jives. Because, listen, watch the ground. And yet the helicopter shadow seems to be pretty consistent from top to bottom of the screen. Like, in other words, it doesn't distort its movement. When you see the actual angle of the distortion, like the camera moving from above, you'd think it would jerk that shadow too. Wouldn't you not think that? Addison Smith, he said, what are the what are the thoughts on Venus temperature? Well, we know the way they claim the temperatures are like through the roof and everything else, but there is a Goldilocks zone. Because if you go to the poles, it's going to be really, really cold. And of course, it can be, you get to the real hot areas in the sun. And I forget what is the orbital, guys? The full rotation of Venus. It seemed to me it was X amount of days compared to Earth. And, but it still doesn't matter as far as, its rotation per day, its own day. But the thing is, there's a Goldilocks zone from the actual pole to the very hot areas. There is an actual Goldilocks zone. So you can live there if you really wanted to. Now, as far as anything else, like people go, well, what about the air atmosphere? Or you couldn't breathe on there, or whatever the case is. Well, the thing is, that's why people live under domes or live in structures, so they can have their own atmospherics, right? Their own oxygen, keep it cool, whatever. So that makes sense to me. Noodles, you said, fun fact, due to low pressure atmosphere, the electric motor overheating is an issue. Is that what they're saying, Noodles? I don't know how it can, though. You would think it's kind of like you'd think it'd be kind of air cooled, right? And with that much air coming down, you'd think that wouldn't be an issue. Exactly, Third Eye Open, another good point. He said, yeah, you'd think the ground would be in perfect focus if it was only 16 feet off the ground. I don't buy it. So in other words, like you said, right there, should be super clear. Now, when it does move, it kind of makes sense. It's going to distort. We all know that. But just the way that thing shifts and everything, I don't know. I don't know. Jay McGuffey, he said, too hot for flip-flops. A little bit. Marcus Peters, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. He said, good morning, Chris. Best regards. Well, same back at you, Marcus. Good to see you in there. Matt Patterson, yeah, again, what we're looking at is the actual helicopter taking a view looking down, and it's seeing its own shadow come from top to bottom. And this is what we're trying to analyze, because we don't see a whole lot of, I don't see it getting closer to the ground like the shadow's coming close. Let's say this sun angle is having a lot to do with it. So it's coming up, okay, now it's starting to come down, it's starting to land. Why isn't the ground coming up so fast? Like, as fast as that shadow's moving towards, let's say it's going under the actual copter, I would say, yeah, it's landing. You don't see the ground getting closer. It doesn't make sense. So I'm thinking, from what I'm seeing in this, that this thing is a lot higher up. Or, again, this thing is, like I said, it seems to get brighter and brighter as it gets under the copter. Watch that. Whoop. Super bright right about here. Right there. Really bizarre. I don't know what the deal is there. I really don't. It's questionable no matter what, right? Yeah, I was just somebody else mentioned that to me. You said, Chris, Perseverance recorded sounds of Ingenuity. They said it sounded like it was muffled, but they said that would happen because of the atmospherics. But again, we can change the sound, we can change the audio, we can do anything we want with an audio recording, right? Now, is it true that it could be? Yeah, absolutely. Because obviously, how dense an atmosphere or air is, it's going to make a difference in sound, right? Jay McGuffey said it's probably got all kinds of devices we won't be told of. Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me either. It wouldn't. Oh, Phil, that's an actual solar panel. Because you said your question was where it's a rectangular antenna that is situated above the blades. Well, here's the thing. It actually has a small, like, stinger antenna. It's just a little, like, omnidirectional. But it actually has, that rectangular piece is an actual solar panel. They want you to believe that that's how it charges. Now, there could very well be. So then that planet gets a lot more sun than they claim that it does, even though it's farther away from Earth, right? They claim, well, it's going to get a lot dimmer sunlight. I don't know how. It doesn't have any atmosphere, right? So there should be nothing filtering it out. So it should be brighter than bright sun. We should see it should be more than enough sun to charge anything with solar. But who knows? Like we were talking about earlier, that thing could actually have a small nuclear battery in it. Some decaying radioactive, substance on there, just like the Curiosity does. And now Perseverance. So, yeah. And it could very well be, and they're just putting that as, because they can use that, guys. Think about it. They want to do a future, more missions, but they go, well, the battery's no longer good, or we got a dust storm, it knocked it over, but we uprighted it, but the battery's so depleted we can't do anything with it. So, end of mission, guys. It's done. Listen, if I was to be the builder of this thing, I'd make it so robust. And that this thing, you can bounce it off, you can drop it off a cliff, and it would still work. Although that would be exaggerating, you guys get it. But I would build this thing with the best parts I possibly could, so that it's got endurance. I think it can go for a long time, and the chances of it, unless something breaks one of the rotors, that thing would fly forever. I would make sure it's nuclear powered. I wouldn't in a million years. I wouldn't put a solar panel that small on something because, like I said, maybe they can use that as an excuse. Say, yeah, the guys, the solar panel got covered with whatever, too much sand. We're trying to get it. We're running the rotors, hoping that we can get it to somehow the downdraft air would blow it off, or it's got anti-static on there, just like the other rovers did back in the day, the Opportunity and Spirit, where you use electrostatic charge and kind of disperse it. Possibility. Don't know if it's even equipped with that. I didn't read that it did, so I'm going to say that it does not. But if they use it as an excuse, well, we try to use the rotors to blow it off, but we end up eating the battery, the rest of it. So, sorry, guys. It's done. And in the meantime, they're still flying around with this thing. I don't know. Exactly, Marcus. Potato cams. That's a good possibility, Vincent. You said sun bouncing off a solar panel. And shadow looks this way as uplift straight up. So you think it's actually going up? Okay. Let me watch this again. Yeah, but I'm not seeing any distance being made on the ground. I see it shifting, but I don't see any distance being going up or down. Just a little bit of, maybe it's a little windy and we're just seeing a little bit of turbulence. It's kind of knocking the helicopter around a little bit. But I'm not seeing any. It's going higher. It doesn't appear to be going lower. Does anybody else see that? Maybe you're seeing it. I don't. Noodles, you said 3 meters of diffusion. This is the first a 3D build of 30 feet of a traverse. Yeah, I don't know why. I just think it's much higher. I just really do. And let's say it's not. Let's say I'm way off base and that this thing's only off there. Then again, it has some really, really cool features on this ground underneath it. That's all I can say. So if it's looking at parts on the ground, it's still something that's standing out, again, that should not be on Mars. And if it's really high off the ground, then we may be seeing structural and other weird things in this photo. Either way, we're seeing things that are anomalous that kind of look a little weird. There we go. You're right about that, Noodles. He said first 15 feet of a traverse to assemble a goofy 3D black and white image GIF. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. Perepsky, you said looks like lever flight. Well, like I said, I keep trying to study this thing, and I don't know. I don't see how it jives. Kurt Abanis, what's going on? You said the Mars helicopter footage is a big joke. Yeah, it's like every time you see it, it's like, now I don't know about you guys. Weren't we talking about this when before it even took flight? We're saying, wow, we hope to see some really good stuff. I think it even showed, I'm trying to remember if it showed the, oh, that's what it was. Remember that? That was funny. They had it up in the air. Remember they showed way off in the left-hand side, way off in left field. They showed the Curiosity. That would be funny if it actually showed that too. It showed the Perseverance way off in the left. It's like, wait a minute. Why don't you just fly over and let us have a look at that? Did you guys see any of those? I'm not seeing any. Yeah. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Tony Graydon says, helicopter? Or is it anti-gravity in disguise? I don't know. Well, from what we see, it's a traditional prop type thing, so it's kind of hard to tell there. But, I don't know. Tony Gibbs says, my votes, let me make this a bit bigger. Okay. My vote says 2 different sources. No way that camera is connected to that shadow. Yeah, it's almost like it's tracking its own shadow. Because if it was landing or lifting off, you would see the ground changing with ease. And I mean changing because, keep in mind, look how fast that shadow is moving. You should see a huge flight coming up. That ground should be getting smaller or it should be getting a lot bigger, depending on landing or taking off, right? You should see either or. Oh, yeah, I see that. He said, Dale Rogers says a triangle in lower right-hand corner. Like right here. Just to the left of my cursor right here, guys. Right, you can see a little bit better right there. Huh. Yeah, I mean, you can see things like right here that look like they're almost buried, and that's what I bring out too. And again, this gets a lot brighter down here, just on the very bottom. And it almost looks like there's something half round right here above this little arrow. That's weird, man. I don't know. Robert Nielsen says, my best guess is that it is really high up. Could very well be. Yeah, you see the shadows in there, don't you, inhabit Mars? Wow, just notice this, the rock at the very bottom center of the screen. He's talking about right here. It looks like it's got a shadow coming from the right, or the lower right. See that right there? There's one right there. Watch the shadow do it. And it seems like when that thing flies over, like there is a light. See that? And that thing looks pretty tall, whatever that rock is. Watch it as it goes over it. It looks like it's standing up. Right there. I can't make this thing bigger either. That's what sucks. Maybe, and it just kind of blocks it. See that? Right there. But it kind of goes out of the frame, which sucks. Right there. It looks like it's got something standing straight up, and it has like a a top where it looks like they, again, this is not film, meaning it's not a motion picture. Looks like they're stitched. And you can tell just by the movement of the actual, and maybe there's small pieces of film and sections of a recording, but right there under that rock, good eye in that Inhabit Mars, right there, it looks like it's something standing up with like a white top to it, or something they filled in. But you can see the shadow actually like disappear. It changes direction like when that thing goes over it. So is it an actual night vision like somebody suggested earlier? But maybe does the actual, see, this is what I'm saying, something doesn't make sense. Is that the actual drone and not its shadow? Maybe it's got light like somebody had mentioned. And every time when you see when it flies over that thing, that shadow changes. I don't know. Like I said, this whole thing gets more and more bizarre as you look at it. Josh D, you said the only way this shadow we see is real would be if it is on a steep slope, any around where the ingenuity is. I don't know. Now there are, if this is around the same area we just looked at, and in the background there's structures. You know, again, wouldn't it be a perfect place to do some topography recording and using the lidar and everything else? Wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity to do that? Just saying here. David Pierce, you said camera pan can't explain that either. Well, and that's what I'm saying. It's almost like the actual shadow is the actual copter, and it's got its own light on the bottom, and that's why we see that thing right here. Like I said, at the very bottom of the screen, it looks like there's a shadow on the left-hand side of it, like at a 10 o'clock position, and it changes when that thing flies over. Yeah. So if that's true, then what the hell is that protruding out of the ground? And is this thing much, much higher up? And then the other question would be, what the hell is taking the photo of that flying around? Could be the high-rise camera on the MRO. Keep in mind, it did say that the MRO can take an actual photo of a 4-foot swath on the ground with incredible detail. So how do we know they're just not over that certain area, zoomed way in, and just happened to catch that thing flying over in that section and caught it just perfectly? How do we know? I don't know. There's so many variables that you can come up with on this thing, and of course we can't vet any of them, but it's just a wild stitch video. I call it what you will. I don't know. You're walking one. If that is the Mars surface, that airplane, sorry, I meant helicopter, would be able to fly around Mars' entire planetary surface in less than 2 minutes. Well, yeah. Daniel Webster, you said, I believe all photos from NASA are manipulated, and this one could be manipulated or totally fake or from a satellite. Exactly. Vincent Milley said, compare the video of when the rover landed. It shows ground coming up. Yeah, I mean, but we're not really seeing much of it going on here, other than a little shift in the ground. I don't know. But it seems like that shadow, when it flies over that little piece down there, it's actually... because I even see this down here. Like I said, excuse me. Watch right here. There's something almost round. There's a square face to this area right here. Right there. Look at the way this landscape... I wish I could pause this darn thing. right here. You can see it pretty darn bright, like it flies over it. It casts light on it, and you can see it a lot better. And you can see the features here much, much better on the bottom. Imagine that. I don't know. I think I'll change it up a little bit. How about a little gold peak? Oh, yeah, got to get that shug. Anyway, I don't know, guys. I think that was actually pretty cool. I like that, Robert Nielsen. He said, disclosure, out in April, year 8746. Might be about right. Dale Rogers says, NASA's mocking us. Matt Patterson says, how is it flying its flight path? Does take turns or just fly straight? No, it can actually fly around. It can do whatever it's got to do. It can literally, bank and do all kinds of things it's got to do and change direction. Robert Gracious said it also looks like there's a road or something coming out of it. I think he was saying, yeah. It's like as it gets closer. Look at the little details right in here, the very very bottom, all that is bottom section right here. As it flies over. It looks like there's a lot more details. Like there's something half round right here. And like you said, it looks like the road. It could be a road or something going to this here right there. And this whole bottom section here. Yeah, I think this thing's far, far way up in the air, guys. What's going on, Disclosure TV? Good to see you in there. Yeah, they were just talking about somebody's birthday. I think it was Joss D's. Is it yours, Joss? Easy to calculate the height. Take the number, how wide Ingenuity is. Take the size of the shower and extrapolate it. Yeah, you could do that if we're. What the heck did I do to my arm here? We could do that. The only problem is, are we? I don't know. You could do that, but I don't know how well that would work, because we're under the impression that we're seeing the Ingenuity taking a photo of its own shadow. Again, it would kind of fool you because you don't know how far this thing is up, or you know what I mean? I don't know. So I guess you could do that to a certain degree. Something tells me that the MRO was concentrating on this area. They knew it was going to be flying this thing at this time, and they caught that thing flying right above it, and it could have been at nighttime, and they're taking a photo of it, because clearly there's a light at the bottom of that thing. At the bottom of a shadow? Thanks again, James, for your support, brother. I do appreciate you. He said, another cloth for the CGI boys' glasses, Chris. Well, actually, the funny thing is they see it all. They're seeing all of this. So my question is do they not think people are not going to see through this? Like, how bogus this thing really is? I don't know. I mean, clearly we can see there's something much more in that photo than what it's saying. I think that thing's literally taking a picture. It may be at night. This is the reason why you don't see any kind of detail on that thing. But yet it's got light on the bottom of it, and it's literally casting it. Now, how bright would that light have to be depending on how far it is off the ground? But if it is super dark out, because there is no street lights or anything, right? Then I would imagine it'd be like a mini moon out there casting a light. I don't know. Oops. I hated the screen when it moves like that. Here we go. Pretty much, Ricardo, yeah. That's pretty much sums it up. So after an hour discussing this, the consensus is this is BS from NASA. They're doing some kind of trickery. Now, here's another thing. We'll move on to a different here. Remember we were talking about Mr. Lou Elizondo, watchdog to investigate the Pentagon's actions regarding UFOs. Now, what do you guys think about this whole BS? I mean, do you think the guy's legit? I haven't really watched a whole lot on Lou, so I don't know. I think I watched one video of him. This is a while back when he's first come on the scene. So I don't know if this is BS or not. I don't know how much you guys have heard about this. And if so, maybe you guys can elaborate, because I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Thank you again, Robert Nielsen. Much appreciated, sir. Love the little workout pair. Give me the thumbs up. That's awesome. You guys are awesome. But again, I appreciate that. So, I don't, yeah. Pachon, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. You said infrared light and night vision, just a guess. It kind of looks that way, right? Agenda 21, what's going on? You said scenario realized. Anyway, he said, how do you see the triangular object almost center of the page, or the shot rather? It turns toward the end of the clip when the shadow passes it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We were looking at that. It's in the lower right corner you're looking at. That's what we were looking at earlier and thought that was a little weird. I don't know. So clearly that thing has a light, but on the shadow? Yeah. Okay, Josh, so you think he's legit. You said, I follow Lou really close since he came up, and I think he is legit, very legit. Okay. Oh, Noodles, you're concurring on that too. Yeah, I heard about it, like he was the real deal when I started listening to when he first come on the scene. So I believe he is probably the real deal as well. Like you said, Ricardo, I need to check that out and see more of that. Okay, so all right, so you're thinking he is bogus anyway. You said he is pure disinfo. Okay. David Pearson, TTSA is as reliable as the CIA or the NSA. You know, because they wouldn't never lie to the public or anything. Yeah. Somebody had told me to look at this here. And I seen this on Facebook. I thought that was pretty wild. Now, these could be nothing more than geological. I see this a lot. There was a couple weird things in here that wasn't really anything of value. See, you notice how the more you get in, it just really just turns grainy as heck. It's clear here, but it just really gets super grainy. Like right in here, I believe this thing's here. It looks like a little half arch right here. Right there. But as you get closer to it, it breaks apart. And you come back out a little bit. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, right there's like a little half, like almost a half arch right there. But you see a lot of this geological kind of thing going on. But a lot of people will tell you that up here, a little bit different. I thought that was kind of strange. What do you guys think of that? Again, it's like as soon as you go in, you think it would be like they keep it clear. Like, like some of the supposed high definition, like a whole moon where you can zoom in and see really decent, topography of the moon. You can see it pretty well. This you don't. So, you see there? We can see if that looks any different. Something right there. You really can't make out a whole lot in this thing, but it doesn't mean you can't. Yeah, I just thought this was kind of weird because the way that looks here, these I've seen a million times. You can, sometimes it's just salt deposits, all kinds of just deposits of different things. And this happens on Earth all over the place. But I've seen things where some of these things do not look like deposits. Like you can almost see like this, like a road in the middle kind of thing. See it right there, right in the middle. Now, is it? Could be just all natural. It's weird how this section here has a whole bunch of these dots here. Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to look at this a little bit deeper there. Got 3 rocks right on the side of each other, the rectangular right there. 1, 2, 3, right next to each other. It's hard to tell, guys. When they distort these things, you just never know what's there. You really don't know what's there. And you can see it right here. That is the actual ID of the photo, ESP _026 795 _1470, and central structure of an impact crater. So yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it was it was Neil Spence had done this one here. Does a good job of these pans as well as a lot of these moon things and a lot of the stuff here. So it's pretty cool. Let me see, and he uploaded this on 4th of May, so it was just recent, obviously, 2021. Pretty cool. This basically just shows you all of the, technical specs of these antennas. The antennas themselves. So you got UHF antenna. That's the one it shows right here. I don't know why they don't show the X band, although they might show it on the. Let me see if it shows it here. It shows basically a cartoon type thing, but and it's showing you how it gets its information, all this other crap. You notice how I love how it said it right there. Look at this. Watch this. Atmosphere. Oh, wait a minute. There is none. My bad. What's going on, Lee Herring? He said, thumbs up. Disclosure my butt. Yeah, that wouldn't be good either, Robert. You said, hopefully not a close-up of Grandma's butt cheeks. Just saying, damn. Yeah, that wouldn't be good either, would it? I don't think she'd appreciate it either. But anyway, it's showing you what it's doing, how it's uplinking and stuff like that. But it tells you the radio frequencies of this as well. Like the X-band is 7 to 8 gigahertz. And how it's showing it's like it just goes directly to Earth as opposed to the orbiters like they're showing now. And you've got, let's see. Well, we can let this thing finish. It's not a big deal. But David Clark. It's when you don't remember getting older, then you should worry. I'm with you on that. Mike Knapp, you're taking off. He said, right. Time for bed. Zzz. Have a good weekend, everyone. You do the same, Mike. Thanks for joining us. Glad you could make it. It's awesome. Have a good one. Be safe. What's going on, Christine Ingram? I didn't see you sneak in there. And yes, happy birthday to Josh. I think it's coming up Monday, I think it is, right? Well, keep in mind, it's a great point you put on the Disclosure TV. You said the X-band frequency is used to transmit video and audio. It's not just video and audio. The UHF is omnidirectional, so it only has so much of a window span as it's moving around. Of course, the orbiters move around, so they have such a window. So it transmits up to these. It'll send up data, meaning photos and everything like that. And then once the orbiter is closest to Earth, meaning it's on the face of Mars, where it's facing Earth, it then sends all this information. Or the X-band is it transmits directly to the DSN here on Earth, which is the Deep Space Network. So any of these, they're basically transceivers. That's all they are. So they can actually send sound as well as video. But of course, we never see sound or hear sound. I still find it hard to believe that none of these other rovers had any kind of airs on them. I just find that a little weird that put all this high-tech equipment on there, but let's not put any microphones on. That'd be silly. We'll just put it on this one here on Perseverance. I don't believe that for a moment. And you can see right here the UHF, and it says 400 megahertz, which is cool. And you can see it talks about how it says, because the rovers and orbiters antennas are close range, they act they act a little like walkie-talkies compared to long range of a low gain or high gain antennas. Using orbiters to relay messages is beneficial because they are closer to the rover than the Deep Space Network or the DSN antennas on Earth, and they have Earth in their view field of view rather, for much longer time periods than the rover does on the ground. In other words, because like I said, it's got the omnidirectional, so it has like that window comes up, and boom, and fades. Kind of like if you listen to the ISS, right? I've got it locked on there for the ISS, so if it comes on, actually I usually have this thing on just in case they do actually jump in there, so I'll put it on for the heck of it. I don't think they will be on because I'm not tracking them right now, so I don't even know where they're at. Let me see. Squelch that. But I got it right there in the ISS there. But so the cool thing about it is you got that one there, the omnidirectional, and you see transmitting data from Earth through Mars orbiters, and then of course I said the 400 megabits, up to 2 megabits per second on the rover to orbiter relay link. That's a pretty decent amount of information. The X-band high-gain antenna. Curiosity uses a high-gain antenna to receive commands from the mission team back on Earth. The high-gain antenna can send a beam of information in a specific direction, and which is basically steerable, like it's saying. And it's just highly directional. That's all it is. So the antenna can move to point itself directly to any antenna on Earth. The benefit of having steerable antennas is that the entire rover doesn't necessarily have to change positions to talk to Earth. Like turning your neck to talk to someone besides you rather than turning your entire body. The rover can save energy by moving only the antenna, right? And it says right here, main function, transmitting and receiving data. Location mounted mid-aft port, side Curiosity's deck back. And, of course, the hexagonically shaped 1 foot, or 0.3 meters, in diameter. Transmission rates 160 bits per second or faster to the Deep Space Network's 112 diameter, 34 meter diameter. Antennas or at 800 bits per second or faster to the DSN, or the Deep Space Network's 230-foot diameter or 70-meter diameter. So, yeah. Then, of course, you got the low gain, the X-band as well. Curiosity uses the low gain primarily for receiving signals. This antenna can send and receive information in every direction. That is the omnidirectional. The antenna transmit radio waves at a low rate to Deep Space Network antennas on Earth. So that one might be just the simple commands, where the high gain probably sends back absolutely stunning video, maybe, as well as, photos right back to the DSN. And, of course, that's from the 7 to 8 gigahertz band. So, pretty interesting, to say the least. If you're not too tech savvy and just wonder how they worked, there you go, right? I don't know if you guys even seen this. This is actually pretty cool. I did a couple of these before, a while back I did it. And you can tell how while back it is. It's only 480. It's pretty sad. Let me see here. I don't know if I even got that thing even working. I like this because this one here, this rock changed. Of course, it was a lot better than this, a lot better shape, but you can see these striations right here where it's not there at all. It looked like some kind of mechanical thing sticking off this rock, this wannabe rock. And you can see it's only from different sols. It's 3 days difference. Sol 748, if you guys want to look that up. And this is Curiosity, of course. And then this one here is from Sol 751. And there's something weird in there. It almost looks like this little robotic, it almost looks like a beetle, like a robotic beetle. Suddenly, then 3 days after, it's totally gone. Imagine that, Like, I don't know if this is just out of field of view, but which I think it is. You got this other big rock here, and you only got that smaller one there. But just look at some of the junk on the ground here. There's not so much stuff here on the ground, and way in the front, on the bottom of this hill, look at all the junk laying down here, but not too. It's doesn't make sense. And this one here seems to have more detail, but look at the sun. Like this part sticks out, but the sun has now changed its position, and you see this side of this rock, quote unquote, and over here not so much, where the sun's probably directly over and it's just casting a huge shadow on it. So, yeah. See, was the image of the moon. That was when they did the actual radar image of the moon there. And you got Pasidonia's crater right here. Yeah, I mean, look at this thing. This is just crazy. It looks like they say there's like lava tubes in it, and I believe that's true. But when you look at some of these things, no way. You can just see it looks like things all in a row right here. very center of the photo. You guys can take out your magnifiers if you want. And just look at the stuff in this area. Keep in mind, this is 30 to 52 feet below the surface of the ground. And I've said that these white pieces here, those are the smaller, quote-unquote, craters that are sticking above ground. I'm wondering if it just weighs into the city, if it is, in fact, a city underground. Is it possible that these are just a way in because you're seeing the underground? So you're seeing the underground here. And notice this is a radar image. Look at the top of everything. Happens to be white. Imagine that. So, yeah. I'll let this thing roll on. This is the photo I did there before, not long ago, with the trees and everything else, and the cities and stuff. Right. This one here was pretty cool because if you look, you can see the blurring on the moon. It says, I put on there moon towers, and you can see this was from J.P. Skipper at the very bottom. It says Discoverer. There's nothing more sickening than a car that goes by. It's got a fart can on it. It sounds like an angry, pissed off mosquito. You know what we're going to do? We're going to put on a fart can and give it 400 more horsepower. Well, it's going to be super fast now. Yeah, I want to go over there and set fire to it. So anyway, when you see this, and you see the next frame, look in the very bottom of these blur areas, there's things on the ground. Look at this. This one's actually pretty tall, goes up here, but look at this one here. Look at the way it goes up. It almost looks pyramidal on the bottom here. But there are shapes of things inside it. You can see the one on the left right here, you can see it has like a flat base to it. But there's something clearly in that blur. This one here almost looks like it's got a pyramid inside it on the right. What's going on, Phil C? Oh yeah, we've been rocking this here for a while here. Let's go on here. This is where it looked like cars on a roadway. I think I showed you guys that, where it had the railing right here in the center, and looked like it was some kind of weird car or something like that. And of course, this was done a long time ago, so the video is not that great. Again, we're talking 480 p rather. Yeah. So and I did a couple of moonshot things where I docking these things up. Yep, Scott Duffy, you said better. Hey, Chris, better than late. More late than ever. Yes, absolutely. Good to see you in there, man. I could see on this one here, it had like shapes like this here. So what I do is I just made them whiter to show off the actual shapes better. And even these right here on the left-hand side, you can see what looks like these pieces are almost identical right here. They're like darker, almost like rectangular right here. Looks like something platforms are flat pieces. And of course, you get the whole background here. They're definitely hiding things in these photos. They always have been. Valerian, the Mac 3, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. All right, let's see. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of rocks in here. Who was just saying that? It said about a circular. Oh, right there. Ariane. I guess that's how you say it. In the bottom left-hand corner, there is a circular formation of rocks. I think you're talking about right here. Right there. You can actually see something right here. It looks squarish right there. And it's got white peeking out of it, and then the rest of it's not so much. Oh, yeah. Like I said, guys, there's just so much stuff in here. Just going to let it play out. No, hate it when I do that. But see, this is what I was saying right here. If you look at this photo, it goes from the green, but then bring the depth back into the photo. I don't know about you guys. Look all over here on the left-hand side of this photo and everywhere in between. If you're on a smaller device, get out your magnifiers. Have a look at this. Excuse me. When you look at this, it looks like a city sprawled out everywhere, or what's left of it, right? And I love the idea when you look at the middle of the screen, it has this line, goes all around this whole section of area. Almost looks like a freaking space station sitting on the ground here. You got these, like I said, long appendages sticking out of this, or it's just separate, whatever they are. But look at this. Look at the whole area. Absolutely right here. I'd like to try to put this crap over this, but look at the in between this manipulation. Look at what it looks like in here. It's crazy. There's some of the stuff in this photo. Mick Gus, what's going on? He said, hi, Chris. Long time no hear. I hear that, man. Good to see you in there. Good to see you. What have you been up to? Dale Rogers says, my neighborhood. Let's see. I think my house is right here. This tallest one sticking up right here. Oh. Scott Duffy, that's what it looks like. It looks like city blocks to me. It looks like structural. It's all over the darn photo. And don't get me wrong, there are hillsides and all that other stuff, but it looks like a bunch of trees right here. Look at the very bottom, just over this this timeline, right here in this white area. Look at that thing. If that doesn't look like a structure, I don't know what does. There's one here, the smaller one on the right of it, and one right here, much larger. Look at in between these. These look like trees to me. And you can see trees in all parts of this area, and I'm seeing what looks like a darn city. Phil, see, exactly. You said it looks like a forest next to a town. That's what it looks like to me, too. Oops. Hate it when that happens. Let me get back to where I was at here on here. All right, let me see. Well, you're lucky. The 420 Nintendo Hero, he said my penthouse sits there. It might be next to this other tall one I'm in. There's another one right here. Turklerin, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. You said, looks like forest beneath picture. Well, yeah, when you look at the very bottom, that's what you see, right? And then you look in different areas, it looks like it has trees and all kinds of stuff like you would see here on Earth. Just like all shrubbery just laying around, and you can see what looks like structures in between everything. And I mean, we don't know if some of these are just normally built, meaning, let me do this. I'm just kind of curious. Well, not too big, but we want to keep going there. No, we'll just leave it at that because I forgot this isn't like your standard video. It's a montage itself. Let me do this. But anyway, you guys get the idea. This thing looks like a city like you would not believe. And I love that because when you look at these things, come on. And people go, it just rocks. Well, I'll tell you what, that, again, that rocks, the way they're situated, it looks like, if I showed this to somebody, anybody here on Earth, and say, what do you think of that? Oh, wow, that's a nice city. Where's that at? That's the first thing that would pop in their head. It looks like some kind of city. Where's this, what country is that in? Or what state is that? Or whatever it may be. That's what I would think. John Shea, what's going on? I didn't see you sneak in there either. He said maybe the trees on Mars are different. Could very well be. They found trees that look very similar to what we have here. And I forget what trees are. You guys remember what that was? They had like I think it starts with a B. They had like these trees, like they look like almost giant bushes type thing. We have them here on Earth, and they look just like we have here. Now, it makes you wonder, how is this possible? That could be, you could be right there, Ricardo. He said, I don't think we are seeing a forest, but a large shadow over the land from like clouds or a mountain. That could very well be. But it's the way they were kind of like laid out. It kind of looked like a forest area. But that's another good explanation. Could very well be. Thank you. Banyan trees inhabit Mars. Thank you. That's what I was trying to remember. But somebody had brought up one of those where it looks just like the banyan trees. Oh, let me get this back. And I totally agree. It actually looks that way. Yeah, let me bring that back up here. I don't think I can though. The way I gotta say, because now it's not showing it like it should. Oh well, not that it really matters now. You guys have seen it. But the thing is, when I seen that, and that was from the same guy did the other forest one. It was like that, similar. He had done the same thing, and when I seen that, I was like, wow. And you know, he should have had a lot more views, but he just stopped making videos. I don't know why, but he did, and I wish he had kept going because he was doing fantastic work. Renee Vaughn says, top left corner bridges. Yep. Guru Data 01 says, hi, Alex from East Malaysia. They're trees, aren't they? That's what they look like to me, but are they? I don't know. It does have that real similarity to what we'd see if it was in a black and white photo here of Earth. If there's a bunch of forest over there, then you see a town laying there in the foothills or whatever. It's what it looks like to me, too. Get rid of this here. Change of course. Ingenuity's transition from conducting a technology demonstration to an operations demonstration brings with it a new flight envelope. Along with those one-way flights, there will be more precision maneuvering, greater use of its aerial observation capabilities, and more risk overall. The change also means Ingenuity will require less support from the Perseverance rover team, which is looking ahead for targets to take rock and sediment samples. Oh, my God. I don't know about you guys, but I just want to die laughing here. But it looks ahead for the targets to take rock and sediment samples and search for ancient microscopic, I'm sorry. I was going to say microbial, same difference. On April 26th, the mission's 66 Sol, or Martian Day, Perseverance drove 33 feet, or 10 meters, with a goal to identify targets. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've only been doing that since, the landers have been there. But, yeah. Has a new mission. NASA's Ingenuity Mars helicopter has a new mission. Having proven that power-controlled flight is possible on the Red Planet, the Ingenuity experiment will soon embark on new operations demonstrating phase exploring how aerial scouting and other functions could benefit future exploration on Mars and other worlds. This new phase will begin after the helicopter completes its next 2 flights. The decision to add an operations demonstration is a result of the Perseverance rover being ahead of schedule, not the schedule, with the thorough checkout of all vehicle systems since its February 18th landing, and its science team choosing a nearby patch of crater bed for its first detailed explorations. With the Mars helicopter's energy, telecommunications, and flight navigation systems performing beyond expectation, I don't know how they can be beyond expectation because you already tested them here on Earth. Now, if they mean, because it's saying telecommunications as well as flight navigation, okay, so it has to go by the orbiters as well. That's how they're getting any kind of, maybe on the ground and the satellites as far as GPS positioning. and the flight navigation system is performing beyond expectation, an opportunity arose to allow the helicopter to continue exploring its capabilities with the operations demonstration without significantly impacting rover scheduling. The Ingenuity technology demonstration has been a resounding success, said Thomas Zurbuchen, or whatever his last name is, Associated Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate. Since Ingenuity remains in excellent health, we can plan to use it to benefit future aerial platforms while prioritizing and moving forward with the Perseverance rovers team and their term science goals. Let's see. The operation demonstration will begin in about 2 weeks with the helicopter's 6th flight. Until then, Ingenuity will be be in a transitional phase, that includes its 4th and 5th forays into Mars's crimson skies. Flight 4 will send the rotorcraft up to 436 feet south to collect aerial imagery of a potential new landing zone before returning to land at Wright Brothers Field, the name for the Martian airfield on which Ingenuity's first flight took place. This 873-foot, 266-meter round-trip effort would surpass the range, speed, and duration marks achieved on the 3rd flight. Ingenuity was programmed to execute a 4th flight Friday, with the takeoff to take place at 10:46 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Local means time is saying basically 12:30 p.m. And first data will be returned at 1:39 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So, yeah, awesome. So 10:39. Okay. The first flight would send Ingenuity on a one-way mission, landing at a new site. If Ingenuity remains healthy after those flights, the next phase can begin. So yeah, like I said, I don't think that this. They're going to build this helicopter to. They're not going to make it borderline. In other words, if they have an atmosphere, they say, we just need it to go 10 feet, guys. I mean, come on, let's just put it, together in a Mickey Mouse kind of way. We'll just put it together and hope this thing flies. If we can get 10 feet out of this thing, it would be great. Just 10 feet off the ground or 3 meters. We'll be happy. No way. They're going to make this thing, like I said, as potent as they can. Best parts in there. Make it as durable as possible. And if it does take a dump, then it takes a dump. But the thing is, it's like, they're going to put the best stuff on there. They're going to want to get longevity out of it they can, because you can bet they're not just there to look at simple, oh, wow, look at the cute little rocks on the ground. They're going to be doing much more than that. It's not, they already know this thing can fly. They already know that. And by simulating the air density and what you would find on Mars in a test cell here on Earth, they knew this thing would take flight with no problem. I think they were just really hoping, as far as the telecommunications, like they were saying, that it was going to be fine. Relaying back to the rover as well as the orbiters, getting, the GPS coordinations. And I think that's what it's all about, right? Disclosure TV, thank you much for your support. It is appreciated. You said NASA to start launching new tech to put oxygen on the moon throughout the next 3 years. There's the, you got it right there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they've already, they were able to already make oxygen, right, from the carbon itself in the air. So the machine actually pulled oxygen out of it so they can make oxygen, which is cool. So right off the bat, they know they can do that. So it's good for spacesuits. If there is a lot of carbon, like they say there is, then they can do that, and they can just pull it right out of the air. They don't even have to have, we have to have air bottles and stuff like that. We don't need to do that. Just have a machine on your back, just converts it from carbon to oxygen, you're ready to go. And, of course, you probably have a backup tank in case something went stupid on there and the thing quit working. You got like a redundancy, kind of thing. A backup plan, so to speak. So, yeah. But again, thank you very much for your support, man. I do appreciate you. I seen that, Pete. You said the SN-15 finally had a successful flight. Remember somebody was questioning why remember the spaceship, they're saying, the way they were saying the spaceship, how it comes down on its belly? He explains why it does that. It's to try to break fall and reduce a lot of speed, and then correcting itself once it comes back down and hits the thrusters to then land on the platform. It's like people, sometimes they don't even pay attention. They don't even bother to look. It's like it's right there. He's telling you what's going on. So, but yeah, I'm glad that this thing's doing what it's supposed to do. And, it's just awesome that they're getting more and more into this. So they're already having these crafts and landers and, what do you call it? I'll call them robots if you like. But these rovers and everything else doing everything. So they're basically saying, okay, so at least if we send man, we can then breathe. So they know that they've done it on there. So now they have a duplicate here on Earth. So now that same machine that produced oxygen from the carbon, they can now build it into the suits. Think about it. They can then go down there and make sure it's foolproof. The thing works excellent. No problems. It just literally pull it out of the air and convert it. You can walk around. Although I don't think they need it. I think there's much more atmosphere and oxygen than they're claiming. But let's say that we're wrong. That's fine. The suits will help them out. They'll be fine. So, progression. That's what it's all about. MG Toe, what's going on, man? You said, can you get a 4K camera so we can look at this better than 720? Yeah. Well, they do. You can almost bet on it. Yeah, exactly. You said, Disclosure TV, you said they plan on using the same tech for Mars oxygen. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Gerda Bonus, you said, everybody here will be able to travel to Mars in 2030. Well, at least you hope so. I mean, they get everything perfected. They fly there a couple of times, unmanned, I'm sure. They're getting people ready for that kind of travel. And it's not going to be 9 months like it originally was. Now I think it's like 7 months to get there. And I think it's a whole lot faster than that. I think they get the technology. They'll probably say, oh, look, the rocket's taking off. And then once it gets out into space, they could probably hit a different engine and the thing just takes off like a rocket, literally. And get there in no time. So they don't have to worry about the astronauts not surviving. They get there. And of course, they make up a story. Oh yeah, they exercised, they ate good food, so they didn't lose any bone mass or muscle mass. And this was great, and they're already going to be there for like months before we actually see it happen. Kind of like the rover, Perseverance, and Ingenuity. That was all a bunch of PR BS. I think what was going on was that thing's already been there, already done its flights, and the Ingenuity is still doing its missions, and saying, oh, it's just practicing. Well, what's the difference between the test flights and the real flights? What's going to be the difference? It's going to take off. It's going to fly over to a certain destination. It's going to take its, photos or X-rays or whatever it needs to do and fly right back and land. What's the difference? How are we going to know the difference? We're not. Because we literally can't see the operation of the cameras and the radar and the lidar. We're not going to be able to see any of that. So how do we know what's the difference? Lift off, go to a certain degree, come back, land. It's going to be its mission every single time. Yeah, I heard that too, Disclosure. You said Blue Origin is getting ready to start launching for $200,000 per person this year. Yeah, they're going to be just going around the Earth itself. But I think what they're going to do too is SpaceX, as well as I think they're trying to do too, Blue Origin, is trying to get it so you can actually fly on the moon. That'll be something. But who knows, right? They'll probably say, you cannot use any cameras on this. And, they'll probably be able to shut the windows or something so you can't see. Like, if they go around the moon, they're probably going to be, okay, let's not show them this area. This has structures. Because clearly you see it. So they'll close that part. Yeah, guys, we're just having a little problem seeing right now, but we'll open these up in a minute. I mean, if that's true, if you're going to see them, David Clark, you said, happy 100th, Chris. Fellow travelers, always be a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I have to jump off. Have a great week and all. You do the same, David. Good to see you in there, as always. And we'll be doing the same thing pretty soon because we got some things we got to get done, too, before I go to work tomorrow, which is always a lot of fun. Not. But, yeah, so we'll be doing the same. Take care, David. Good to see you in there. Scott Duffy, he said, but it has no magnetosphere to hold an atmosphere. Actually, it does. It has its own magnetic, fields on certain, it's on different spots of Mars. It's not covered like Earth, but it does, in fact, have magnetic areas that protect you. Again, it's just spotty all over of Mars, but it's not a whole field like we have here on Earth. But there is, in fact, a magnetosphere. Again, it's kind of spurious, but it's there. So I think that's what they'd do. They'd probably basically build structures there where there is protection, right? Yeah, I know, Christine. Yeah, you're right about that. It says, it warms my heart they can make oxygen for space travel, but they can't save the Earth. Pfft. Well, here's the thing, too. You know, keep in mind that man itself has been abusing the planet. Not that the planet is probably going to die. It's just, we've been trashing it for how many years? Not too many people see the real crappy side of man when we take, like, our old computers and stuff and just throw them into third world countries where people are so poor, they're literally ripping apart copper out of these computers, out of these monitors that are like so old, like 70s and 80s computers and all junk. They just say, oh, we're sending them as reusables. But these poor kids are getting these things, and let me make this here a bit bigger. They're getting these things. They're literally piecing these things apart themselves, and then what they're doing is they're getting like a bowl of rice for the day. But they're climbing all over these things. So basically we're crapping on third world countries, these little countries, and they're just, we're giving them as a reusables. Yeah, whatever. And then you look at the trash, the plastic in the oceans and stuff, like killing off and stifling off our sea animals and fish and everything else you can think of. Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's smart, right? But I agree with you. But I think they just say, we'll go about trying to clean up Earth, because there are, companies and stuff that are trying to clean it up. But like Elon was saying, we just need a better place. We need an alternative in case something was going to happen to Earth, like either, a major hit from a rock out in space or whatever. We need to be spacefaring. So if the Earth ever gets hit, at least we have a chance for the human race to survive. So I get that, but and I also agree with you. So it's like, we need to actually get out there, and if we want to survive, we definitely got to do something else. Kim Jong, is that right? He said Japan just jumped, not jumped, but dumped a nuclear fuel in the ocean. I don't get it. And, and every large company out there does something stupid like that. Well, we got waste. We'll just bury it somewhere. Nobody will know. Come on. Scott Duffy, yes. On Mars, there's an oxygen bar in every corner. Well, you can't really get drunk off that. Well, I guess you can get too much oxygen, right? So I guess you could. That's a graph. She said, I agree, Chris, and I also think that there's already people working on Mars and a base getting it ready for when the public can go there. Yeah, because here's the thing. How do we know when they send these rovers up in there, how do we know there's not a section that has astronauts in it? Again, pure speculation, but how do we know? How do we know that they don't have there's a section right on that same rocket that has, astronauts going there? Or like they used to do years ago, they put like a monkey on there and see if it'll actually, like I think it was a chimpanzee, see if it'll survive there. And it's expendable, so no big deal. But if it makes, that's good. Give it food so it can eat and stuff like that, and then that's it. How do we know? Just to see if, something like that could live, because they can, if you had to do it, you say, okay, you leave out like a certain amount of food for it, and then just open up like certain doors at certain times where, it'll have something to eat at all times. In other words, you want it to have longevity as far as food, because animals don't go, well, I think I'll just, maybe I'll put that away for another time and then I'll just eat it. No, they don't do that. They get hungry, they eat. So my guess is that that if they did do something like that, that's what they'd have to do. But how do we know that they haven't sent other people there? We don't know that. And Habit Mars says, yep, we have survived 4 previous times. We keep hopscotching from one planet to another. Well, to the other. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Like I said, and it doesn't surprise me if all of these things we've seen on the moon and what we're seeing on Mars, and let's say it's not ours at all, then somebody's been doing it, and somebody's been in the solar system. So if they can do it, why can't we get the technology, which I know we have, so we can actually do the same? And that's exactly what we've been doing and have been doing for years now. CC Stewart 10, you said, why isn't NASA investigating these cities-like areas? Why wouldn't they be? I guarantee they have. But here's the thing. Let's say you can't cover a whole lot of areas, right? So what you do is you go to the key one that you really want to investigate. Maybe it had something that looked like a power plant or something that looked like, something of great interest. So the high-rise camera has this huge total, like this telephoto lens, right? Again, I said if you were like 5'8", 5'10", and you got in this, fetal position, you can literally lay inside this camera. That's how big it is. And again, it can see a 4-foot swath on the ground with great clarity. So if you can go, at least you got a telescoping, almost like this, basically telescope/camera that could take great details down to 4 feet. So if you can't send a rover, you can at least do that. So you can bet they investigate any part of Mars they wanted to, and they know every darn area that has something of importance. And if they haven't sent a rover there, you can bet your butt that they 100% have eyeballed it in great detail. 100%. And they've probably taken it from different angles, depending on if it's flying over, and then it happens to be going away from it or coming to it. They're taking different angles, maybe making some kind of crude, kind of 3D kind of thing going on. Who knows? Exactly, James. Thank you. Thanks again, man. I appreciate your support. He said, Chris, as we already said, they didn't stop going up. No, I don't believe they have. And I think there is a very strong possibility that we've already been on Mars and already have a civilization there. Could very well be. I can't prove that. So again, pure speculation. But again, if they didn't stop, and I don't believe they did stop going to the moon, then again, what's the next place you would go to if you were the think tank here on Earth? Mars. It's just common sense. And that's exactly what I've done. I would have done, and you can almost bet they did. Richard D. said, Chris, the Danag people from ancient Egypt live on Mars. I heard something about that. I never did get into the whole thing. But, again, you look at Egypt, it's got a connection with Mars to begin with, as far as the way the pyramids are laid out. They got the same thing over in the Cydonia region. They call it the city, in fact. You got the face on Mars, which is like a mile wide, so on and so forth. There's a huge connection. There's definitely a huge connection. Jerry Lehane, you said underground Mars must be super high-tech. Well, you can bet on it. Let's suppose the structures that we're seeing on the ground itself is pretty high-tech, but like you said, if they had to go all underground, or maybe they just always had that because we have underground bases here on Earth. Maybe they have done that, and they said, well, why don't we have the best of both worlds, would be above as well as below, and that may be the difference, and they might be a lot more high-tech then. Who knows? Jay McGovey says, the secrets and the lies keep the fires out of the skies. Oh, yeah. Frank Centurion, what's going on? Didn't see you sneak in there. Good to see you. Art, you said NASA probably has advanced rocket propulsion to make the journey in days rather than months. Probably Mars has been inhabited for a long time. Well, we can all like guarantee because they've got all kinds of, plasma, different engines that are coming out now. So it does not surprise me at all. And you can bet, again, we've had the rocket for how long? Now, we have improved on it, but they didn't stay that stagnant for that many years. Come on. You look at the capsule from the Apollo missions and look what we got now. Such high-tech stuff, but yet we're still going to sit on a firecracker to get to Mars. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. Like I said, even if we were to say, wow, look at the engine right here. What if, maybe you guys would agree with it, maybe you won't. What if the rockets that they're sending up, there's different stages. So we got a rocket going up, and, it gets out of Earth's atmosphere, shuts its engines off, drops a third or fourth stage, and then the third stage or second stage is ion drive, which they already have out. So they don't need propulsion like that. Ion drive would just propel them faster and faster and faster. They get there within a month tops. I mean, that doesn't mean just because they have the rockets. They just need to get outside of Earth, get outside the atmosphere, and then shut it off, drop a rocket section, and as they get further, they're already on a trajectory, so they don't have to worry about, using thrust. They've already broken out of the atmosphere. Once they've gotten out of it, they can easily drop a section of it, and wait a minute, there's a whole different engine on the other section. How do we know? They can pretty much do anything. You wouldn't be none the wiser. Unless you got a super powerful telescope, and I mean like from these observatories, and you're eyeballing everything that thing does on the way over there, I don't think you will ever know. Let's see. Tony Gibbs, you said as the core cooled, the atmosphere would start to be displaced by the solar wind due to the lack of a strong electromagnetic field. It has taken millions and millions of years to degrade. Well, that's what they're saying. But they also said there are parts still of the magnetic field, right? So, and there's big sections of this. And, of course, there's, Mars is devoid of a lot of that around the planet. But there are sections of it still has it. You can look it up yourself. It does actually have different areas on Mars that are still protected, which is really bizarre. But, in fact, I think they see some of them actually like just come and go in certain places too. So if you can be under that part that does protect you, then you get that much more layer of protection, right? Jay McGuffey said, if we accept humans in one form or another have traveled the heavens for 100 million years, nothing is impossible. Totally get. Yep, exactly right. All right, Borevsky, you said recovered UFO technology. Well, that's what they're saying. Reverse engineered. Now we've got our own, and there's still, visitors coming around too. So something tells me it's kind of like, remember the second Independence Day? Remember that? Where they took their technology and they had their own, these alien ships, but they had their own, and they put force fields on them and everything else. I thought that was kind of cool how they used their technology to fight back. Is it possible we've done the same? So let's say some of these aliens happen to be bad. I don't believe that they are, but let's say that they are. Problem solved. We get their technology too, so we can fight them off. And if you can make a fleet of these things, you don't have to worry about anything else. Oh, these alien, bullies, so to speak, coming to our planet. We got the same technology. Again, I've said 1,000 times, I don't believe any of them are really mean, because if they were, they would have just annihilated us, not even thinking, a long, long time ago. At least that's the way I think. Kurt Urbanus, you said rock is obsolete. Rockets is obsolete. We need space-time distortion technology. This will be the interstellar travel revolution. Well, again, they have so many forms now. They got plasma, they got ion, they got all kinds of different other propulsions they're coming out with. And they've already have something they probably had it years upon years, because they had anti-gravitics back in the 40s and 50s. They were screwing with then. So what makes you think they wouldn't have it now? Think about it. You know the technology would be much higher than then. They would definitely have a lot more now. At least that's my thoughts. And it would make absolute sense. Oh, let's see. Absolutely, Ricardo. It's a cool bit of trivia. Today in 1886, the first Coca-Cola was sold in Atlanta containing cocaine. Absolutely. Yep. It did actually contain it. That's what made people actually get a dependency on it. They wanted to keep drinking it. Slick, aren't they? It's like the cigarette makers. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. No, we'll put some chemicals in there where you have to depend on it after you've been smoking it a while. So this way it's hard for you to break the habit. Thankfully, I took a couple puffs, coughed my brains out. I was good. No cigarettes for me. Never smoked. Josh D said, I'm one of the few who loved the second one. I think the second one was pretty darn good, to be honest with the Independence Day. I thought it was pretty good. Even Scientific Search for Extraterrestrials says the same thing. Oh, yeah, Independence Day 2, cool movie. I thought it was. Anybody else see it? Yeah, Dale, yeah. He said, just heard a Chinese rocket is out of control and expected to hit Earth. Yeah, I'm sure I'm hoping it'll go into the ocean. Because, like I said, if it ended up in somebody's, living room or something else, that would be a bad day for everyone. So I hope that doesn't happen. So we'll see what happens. Josh D said, I'm a chain smoker. Man, not good. Supreme Ruler, what's going on? I didn't see you creeping there. Good to see you in there. Yeah, I don't know. I remember my friends saying that. They were like, this was funny too. They're like, first time I tried it, I was like, oh my God, coughing my brains out. And he says, oh, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. I went, so let me get this right. So you're putting something in your lungs that doesn't belong there, and your body's trying to tell you not to smoke it, but yet you're forcing your body to do that. No, I'm good. I'm good. If I'm not going to be cool because I smoke, I'm good. I'll be uncool. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just never was really big on it. Oops. Let me see. Jerry Lahane says cigs are a bad habit. Never needed it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, some people said, listen, it calms me down and it helps me cope, stuff like that. I said, well, that's fine. But, I mean, I would rather, come home and complain, basically burn up the wife's ears by complaining, or she does it to me. But I don't even care anymore. I just go, listen, I go in there, punch in, do your job, get out. I don't care about who's cheating on who in there. I don't care who's this, that, and the other, whatever. Unless, of course, it's something, you just feel bad because something's happened to someone. That makes sense. But like I said, I listened to a buddy of mine, and at first I thought it was a complete jerk for saying this. But, his name was Don, and he's an older guy, and at the time, Christ, he had to have been good 25 years older than me. But he said to me, he goes, listen, I don't come here to make friends. He said, I don't come here to make enemies either. I just come here and I do my job and I get out. I went, first I thought, what a jerk. But then I thought about it. Well, it makes sense. Then nobody else, no other these other people that work. I mean, they don't pay my bills. They don't pay my check. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't go out of my way to make enemies. I get along with everybody in my job, so I don't care. We have a great time. But if you're in a place where people are just completely crappy, there's drama up the butt. I mean, because we know there's never drama in a workplace. Anyway, so the thing is, it's just like, I just go in there and I just punch in, I do my job, and I get out. Simple as that. I don't care. Thomas Rice, don't mess with the ice cream. Yeah, yeah, don't mess with that. That's not good. Noodles I smoked for a weekend. Monday budget for smokes was not available. Too proud to borrow. You just don't need it. I have people down here complaining because they're like, I think it's like, I forget what it is for Marlboros. It's like $6 and change. And the cheaper ones are like $4 something, almost $5. And I got tired of hearing it one day. I said, you don't have a clue. One guy come through there, and at the time my wife was working the gas station, and a guy comes in, oh my God, these things are expensive. I said, are you sure about that? And he says, well, yeah. I mean, look how much these things are, man. They're like $5 and change. I said, bro, listen, where I come from, they're like $10, $11 a pack. Really? Yeah, don't complain. You're good. And if you're really that bad, you probably should quit. Supreme Ruler says, I didn't start smoking until I was 24-ish. I am now 50. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel for anybody who's got hooked on that stuff because it's like, at first you think, well, it's kind of cool. You're hanging out with your bros and everything else. Everything's cool. And then all of a sudden you're going, why did I even start this? Because I don't know how many people I know said, really, I really want to kick this, but man, I just can't do it. Now, my stepdad years ago, he just went cold turkey on it. He says, listen, what I do is I just cut the cigarette off and I just put the butt in my mouth and act like in my mind it's lit and I'm smoking it. And he, just like that, cold turkey. Never picked up another cigarette. I went, damn. Let me see. Rudolph Cruz says, hey, Chris, please say hello to me from Mexico. What's going on there, Rodolph? I guess it's Rodolph. What's going on? Good to see you in there, man. He said, I always follow you. I believe there must be some present alien force either controlling governments or at least influencing the more powerful countries. Oh, you can almost guarantee it. All the elites from all of these countries, you can bet they talk and they've been together with these aliens, if you will. I hate calling them aliens. I'd rather call them, other beings. It just makes more sense. But, yeah, to me, I believe that's the case. I believe that if they are in talks with them, they talk with them and everything else, like I said, higher up and black ops, call them what you will, they are all in, they're all talk with them. You can bet on it. Frac Centurion said 52 for a pack of 40 over here. Jesus. But that's, yeah, well, I forget. Do you live in the States here or was it abroad? I was trying to remember if you did or not. Where you're from, Frank. Frank. I'll be all right, I promise. Dude, work with the drugs. Oh. But, yeah, I mean, they're just so expensive now. In fact, a buddy of mine who lives in the Bronx, he told me, he says, dude, they're $15 a pack. I was like, what? He says, $15. I said, I would have quit smoking a long darn time ago. I don't, where could you put that money other than smoking? I mean, I'm sure you can put it somewhere else, depending on how much you smoke a day. And you would actually clear up your lungs. So it's a win-win. Robert Nielsen. Yoda was a chain smoker until he quit and became a mass murderer. Not good. No, I didn't see that Supreme Rule. He said, Chris, did you happen to catch the UFO on Mr. MBB's video? Well, someone shared it with him. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I'll have to check that out because I haven't seen that. I've been really busy here, to be truthful with you guys. I was hoping to put something together more, but I think we had a pretty interesting night considering. But it's like I was trying to get something together. I'm like, well, I told you guys I'd probably be busy this week, but still we had a fantastic 1,100. 100. That'd be sweet if it was 1,100, but 100 Hangout. So, it's just thanks to all you for being here and making the channel what it is. But, yeah. Like I said, I would have liked to have done, but I think it was cool. I think we did a really good job here tonight, and just good as always. Fantastic, in fact. So, Jay, that's not good. You said my dad made me eat a pack of smokes when I was caught age 13. Nasty. Yeah, it's not good. I've had friends that were told the same thing. Said, man, my pops made me eat like a whole bunch of cigarettes. I'm like, damn. Jerry Lehane, you said cigs killed my dad at 73. Here's the weird part. Is it really the cigarettes? I mean, don't get me wrong. It really does wonders, and I mean wonders in a sarcastic way, to your lungs, and it really screws you up. But there's people that smoke until they're 104 years old. So it makes you wonder. They say that the cancer gene is always in your body, and it gets triggered somehow. I don't know if it's through age or whatever you eat or whatever it may be, but it gets triggered, and then, of course, you're pretty much a dead person. But it makes you wonder. I know people that smoked like at 102 years old, and they were fine. It was just basically old age that killed them. So, but it's definitely not going to be good for you to do it. That's for sure. Exactly, Art. You said down payment for a house. There you go. Well, Phil, it's funny you said that because you said I have a machine and I buy my own tubes and tobacco. I can make a pack for around 79 cents. Well, here's the funny part. My brother says, well, because he wanted to quit, he said, well, what I do is I punish myself. I said, how do you do that? He said, I make my own. Instead of actually going out there and doing it, he goes, I just make my own, and this way I can be punished every time I go to smoke one of these. I said, or you can quit. I mean, just sounds like a more logical thing to do. But he has been weaning himself off of it, which is good. So instead of smoking X amount, he'll cut it in half or 3/4 and slowly just wean himself off of it. Man, Supreme Ruler, that's not good. Cigs killed both my parents. Neither made it to 50. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, that should be a good indication, man. You really should be like, well, maybe I should just give these things up, James Dragon, thank you very much. He said, Chris, Hangout 100. Fantastic, man. Bring on 101. Oh, we will do that. Definitely. But guys, we're going to jump off this. Again, another fantastic one. You guys are awesome. As always, this is always a good time. You guys know that. So it is just a cool hangout. We don't have to get into all of it every time. Just a great bunch of people. Love you guys all. What can I say? The support's out. It's just outstanding. Like I said, I think I got one of the best channels with all the best subs, and couldn't ask for anything more. So, good to have you guys on board. I'm over there looking at, let's see what else is right near. Thank you, Ricardo Petrazzi. Thank you very much, sir, for your support. Said Chris, here's another 100 live hangouts, or to another, rather. The first 100 has been fantastic and real sanity saver for many of us last year. Totally smashing it. Keep it going. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. Much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, and I think it was, wasn't it? It's like a kind of a therapeutic thing where it was just it was crap. I mean, and I loved it more than anything, too, because it got you away from all that BS. You got tired of hearing it. Still hearing it. And I'll just add this before I go. I don't know about you, but it really gets on my frickin' nerves, every last one of them, when I hear these people trying to push these shots on people. Now, if you got them, fantastic. Maybe you feel that you needed them, or because of the reason you didn't want to give it to maybe your parents or your loved ones, and I get that. I don't take it. My wife has, none of my family has, and I believe we already had it anyway, so my immune system's kicked in. It's pretty good. Now, will I get it again? Who knows? But I don't believe that I will. And I combat it anyway with vitamins. I'm not worried about it. But, I mean, they're like, hey, go to Rick's Bar and Grill. He'll give you, if you got proof of that, he'll give you a free beer. They'll give you a beer for that. I'm like, I don't care. What is with people trying to push this so darn badly? I don't understand it. And then I remember when they first started giving out the shots, remember they're like, people, yay! What is going on with this country? I don't understand. You know, this is the reason why you have an immune system. You get a bug. It fights it. You then get over it, and it's built up an immunity. Why do I need a shot full of garbage to put in my body? people I know, in fact, my coworker said, "Oh yeah, I got the first shot. I was great. Second shot, I was great." Until the next day, where he started feeling weak, and he just really felt bad. He said, "I couldn't barely stay awake. I was having issues." Another guy is a vendor. He come in there and he said to me, he said there was a guy that actually got a shot. He went to bed. He got up the next morning, couldn't even walk, and he's never had these issues. Never couldn't walk. I mean, all kinds of weird. And then some people go, "I never had a problem at all, completely fine." So, but don't tell me they're not putting the stuff in there. They're not putting the actual COVID in these. There's no reason your body should react to that unless there's something going on in a way that it's really having these reactions to people. Some people are, going into anaphylactic shock. People are going through weird stuff going on. Nah, I'm good. But that's just me. I've never seen anything like it. Every year they're not pushing you to do it on a regular. In fact, here's a question for you. Did the common flu go on vacation, or is it still around? Because you don't hear a word about it. But yet, now it's like, somebody sneezes, COVID, right off the bat. What is going on? They got us in fair, guys. Stop it. You got to stop. Here's the thing. I understand everybody's, some people have a plight where they're like, listen. In fact, there's a woman I work with. She says, listen, my mom is real old, and the last thing I want to do is see her get it, because clearly she may not be able to handle it. So I guess they both went for the shot. I went, okay, but if they're putting this stuff in your body, you're lucky to have made it, first of all. Secondly, I went, what happens if it has an adverse condition on her? Everybody's saying that there's a good chance that your autoimmune system will be compromised, and you will probably have issues a little bit later on in life. Why would you want to do that? Again, this is the reason why I have an immune system. People go, well, how do you know your body's going to be able to fight it off? Well, how do I know my body's going to be able to fight off the shot? Because some people have died from it. Not all, obviously. But they had all kinds of issues. And if it's going down to a DNA level, I'm not messing with that. No, thank you. If they say, listen, you can't take a flight because you haven't had that, I'll drive. Thank you. I'm good. Well, Dale, you're right there. You said flu has almost disappeared because of COVID restrictions. Yet the COVID's still spreading. Think about that a minute. So it's not like it went on vacation, but yet thousands and thousands and thousands of people get, a flu every single year. Some die from it. This is a normal, right? So why is it a big mandatory? People, you got to get the shot. Oh, my God. We need this herd immunity. We need this. Stop. The government's got everybody just run around with like a chicken with the head cut off. The insanity has to stop. I'm not saying it's fake. It is not fake by any stretch. In fact, we had friends that had it, and one of them was hospitalized. In fact, my sister was hospitalized. She had to get basically not a blood transplant, but a transfusion kind of thing. And she had to have that. She was in there for a couple of weeks. So it's not fake. It is the real deal. But when people are like, the government's trying to press you so bad, it's like, but if you're literally taking these things, like when I started, I know I had it because I remember it was hard for me to breathe. I don't know what's going on. I'm saying, I know I got this damn thing. And I had this cough for like 3 weeks straight. Never had that. I said, you know what? I'm going to go outside. I'm going to start jogging. That's what I did. When I started, of course, I'm coughing all this crap out of my lungs. I got over it, started whacking it with vitamin C, 1,000 milligrams in the morning, 1,000 at night. I take vitamin D, which is good. Now, they claim that neither one of these actually help. Bull. I heard in the UK they were fighting it with vitamin C and D, and they were beating it. If you ever have a problem where you end up in the hospital with this, do not go on a ventilator. Ask them for oxygen. Don't go on a ventilator. So worst thing, it's a death sentence. Don't ever do it. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show. It's madness. It really is truly madness. And I just hate I hate to see this stuff. It's just crazy. 786 Otto, you're saying the same thing, not taking those shots either. No. And they go, well, you guys watch the news, right? Oh, everybody's got this reluctance to take it. Well, no crap. People are afraid of it. I don't blame them. I'm not afraid of it. I just don't want that trash pumped into my body. I'm not going to do it. Like I said, I've got an immune system for a reason. Yeah, exactly, in Habit Marks. He said, plus some doctors have stated that if you already had COVID and still have antibodies in your system, it could be dangerous to receive the vaccine. That's exactly right. Again, this is your body built up an immunity to it. And they even said now, I don't know if you guys heard this, oh, by the way, you'll need a booster for that too. So now it's 3 shots total. No, thank you very much. Like I said, if they say to me, because I always fly when I go on vacations, yeah, well, you can't go on the plane. That's fine. You just lost my money. I'm not going to just run out and get it. My neighbor told me, this is what you do. You go to one of these places and say, listen, I need a COVID test. They give you the COVID test. It shows negative. You say, well, I didn't have the shot, but I got this. Oh, he's negative. Okay, let him on. He still was able to go on a plane. I was like, interesting. So, yeah. But enough talk of that. Just a bunch of BS. You guys know that. I'm not saying the actual COVID is, because it's not. But as far as the insanity that goes along with it, they're literally trying to pressure. If you do this, you get this as a free gift. When have you ever heard this? And I'll ask that real quick for you guys. You guys, anybody getting bonuses or, like a free meal or some BS in your country for getting this COVID shot? Or how are they coaching you guys? Are they really pushing this on you guys? Like in the news and, where can you get this? Here, use this week and get it. It's crazy. Oh, you guys have like a site, a No Jab for Me website? All refunds can stand up in court of law. There you go. There you go, MG Toe. You might turn into a zombie if you take it. Yep. Let's just see. 1,000 milligrams every hour till it's gone. Kick its butt. Exactly, Elaine. I'm reading what you're saying right here. PCR was 37 cycles to 50. You get dead nucleotide, rather. Can't tell if infectious or not. High false positive. Now, all of a sudden, they change it under 30 cycles. Also, huge lawsuit, 1,000 lawyers plus 10,000 medics. It's crap. Again, if I caught it, which I know I did, and I'm almost positive I had it twice, I'm good. And they even said this. They even said in the beginning, they said, we're not sure how long the shot will actually, protect you. He said, well, the last flu shot, it lasted 3 years. Okay. That doesn't mean it's going to do the same thing. This is the reason why they want to give you a booster now. Stop. Stop the insanity. It's craziness. Now there's a lot of people running around. I've heard people in my job saying, and I don't mean the people that work there, but the people that come in line, I think it's all fake. It's not. It's the craziness that is around it it's a joke. Anyway, everybody be safe. Thanks for being here. Thank you for the support, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You guys are awesome, and I say this all the time. It's just a great hangout to be able to come in here. At first, I told my wife earlier, I was so tired, dragging my butt when I went into work today. I said, I don't know if I could do this live hangout today. And I was like, so as the day progressed, and I, getting wound up and everything, I can't wait for it. So I was like, so it was just cool to be able to get on here every Friday with you guys. It's awesome. Yeah, I see what you guys are saying. Alien DNA. Renee Cruz. Extraterrestrial alien DNA. Man, that's so good. Anyway, again, be safe, guys. Just like I said, try not to go too crazy. Protect yourself. Don't get me wrong. Make sure your family's protected. Do what you got to do. If you got to start taking some vitamin C just to, boost your immune system, do that. Just take charge of it. Don't let it take you. Take 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C every day. If you don't want to go buck wild and all that, don't. But take some vitamins to strengthen your immune, and you'll be fine. Even if you do get it, you can still take the vitamin C, and you'll fight it off, kill it off. They say even vitamin D helps, which I do. I take vitamin D3 every day as well. But that's before the COVID even came along. I was doing that. So just be careful. Protect yourself. Try not to go around too many people because you know how that works. And that's it. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. Always a good time with you guys. We'll see you guys on the flip side. Got some cool stuff coming up as well. So, like I said, wait a little bit, and I should have the links up there on all the things we talked about. And before you guys leave, don't forget to please hit the thumbs up. It is greatly appreciated. Let's knock this bad boy way up there. YouTube takes notice of this, the algorithms, and these videos, they actually get put on suggested videos. So it always helps. And if you guys don't mind, every time you jump on the video, boom, it's going to probably be a decent video. Just go ahead and hit that thumbs up. It's greatly appreciated. Love you guys for it. So anyway, everybody have themselves a great day, a great night, great weekend. Again, be safe, and we'll see you guys soon. What time is it now? It's 8:45. I'll leave it on until 9 o'clock my time, Eastern Daylight. So another 15 minutes, you guys can chat it up. And like I said, if you guys don't mind, just go ahead and hit the thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Got nothing to lose, right? And we'll see you guys next time. Peace.